Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Goldberg goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon/evening, and that means that it's time for V8SCOPS once again. The 2026 season reaching its 9th round, and we're going back to where it all started for us, the test season, back at the very start of the championship at the Circuit of the Americas, but we're running a slightly different layout this round. It's the NASCAR West configuration of COTA that's going to be playing host to what is sure to be some fantastic Australian racing, bringing it to you live here on SimSpeed TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. Hello to you all. I'm Reese Gardner. David Haynes is alongside me, and Jay Kennedy is handling production behind the scenes. David, the field is a little bit light today. Of course, we've had some other championships scheduled around this that have thinned the field a little, but this is the last regular round of the season before the Enduros, so it's really important to get your eye in for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather looks a little moody as we have, split 2 and then into split 1 tonight. Before we get into those Enduros, a big triple header there of The Bend, Sandown, and Mount Panorama, some of our favourite Australian tracks. But it's here at Circuit of the Americas that we go racing. Pretty modern facility, all things considered. Very flexible pit lane that can accommodate IndyCar, NASCAR, World Endurance Championship, and Formula One in a bunch of different configurations. So they haven't held back on doing everything necessary to be capable and able of hosting just about any type of racing you can think of.
Yes, many sizes fits all, I suppose you could say, when it comes to COTA. We zoom on in to just outside Austin, Texas. This place was built in the early 2010s, opening in October 2011, but that's the layout that we're running here. The original east layout of the track serves as the shortcut for NASCAR West, and you see just off to the left of it that little chicane looking thingy by 6A and 6B. That was the original West layout that we ran when we started this championship back in 2014, and it's also the layout that supercars themselves used in the real world when they came for their one-off appearance here at Circuit of the Americas. It's a NASCAR track through and through. Down at 6A, there is a giant tire bundle that will absolutely ruin your day if you take too much of the apex. But other than that, it's basically the same circuit that Formula One races on, just a little bit shorter. There's plenty of heavy braking zones, tight hairpins, overtaking opportunities aplenty, but the challenging S's through 3 through to 6 is going to be a big factor today.
Yeah, and then you got a bunch of really challenging traction zones at sort of turn 12, 13, 15, long corners, but slow, and your traction out of them is therefore incredibly important, as it always is in this large, lumbering, but powerful race car.
Yes. Speaking of, we're roundabout ready to get some live pictures on for the last few minutes of the warm-up session for Split 2. The grid set by pre-qualifying times in this initial event before the main game. And it's going to be a single 29-lap race for Split 2, with a compulsory pit stop required somewhere in the middle of that. Hello, unsilenced engine on my street. A similar sound to what these supercars are producing out there on track. So that's the race format. 50% fuel tank restrictions, so the drivers will need to come in for a fuel stop. Benjamin Smith showing us what 6A and 6B looks like. You can go all the way beyond the white lines. It's NASCAR track limit rules. If it's paved, you can run on it.
Exactly as Herman Tilke intended.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, the compulsory pit stop is going to be an interesting one, as it always is. I have to wonder how the layout of this circuit is going to affect fuel strategy and such, because it's not really a track where you have a huge amount of time on throttle. If we were running the Grand Prix layout, that would be a different story, but cutting the track short like this, there's an awful lot of just rolling through the corners in this car.
Yeah, I mean, this part, really long sequential corners into the fast left-hander there. Tightens up a little bit at the final corner, but there are quite a few sort of flowing, rolling parts, like from turn 2 through to turn 6. And then after you go past the tower, which is next to the concert amphitheatre and the soccer stadium.
Turn 1, one of the most spectacular elevation changes on the Formula One calendar, and very difficult to put the power down here. Through these S's, it's really the only spot on this track where you will get a COTA penalty for going outside of track limits. You can keep 2 tires on the red and white curbing through here, and that's exactly what Benjamin Smith is doing. But if you go beyond those, you will be hit with a slowdown, which could be the difference between you winning or losing here today. It just flummoxes me how much speed they're able to carry through 6B there with the very liberal track limits.
Now imagine if NASCAR officiated a soccer game. Oh, it's too difficult to tell if it was a goal kick or a corner, or if that was out of bounds or offsides. If it's grass, you can kick on it.
It would be a very different looking World Cup, I think, if those were the rules envisaged. In any case, 5 minutes and 50 seconds and change remaining in the practice session, and currently on top is Bo Albert. Smith, who we've been looking at, about 7 tenths behind him at the moment. And as we've said, it is a pretty small field. Only 11 cars here for Split 2, but we should still get a good race out of it. Keeping an eye on elsewhere in the field here.
Well, it's fish in a barrel race. It's never been easier to get promoted to Split 1 with the way that works.
True, actually. Very true indeed. Your chances go up quite a bit of getting into the top 3 and getting that magic golden ticket into Split 1. Keeping an eye on Steve Vella right now. He's one of the drivers who's looking to set a qualifying time in this session. And I will correct myself. There's actually 13 drivers registered for the session, but we only see 11 up there because they're the ones that have set lap times. And it looks like there's quite a big gulf between lap times at the back end of the field, but pretty reasonably close gaps everywhere else. Albert with that 0.7 of a second advantage, but Ryan Shelton only just over 1/10 of a second behind Benjamin Smith. So things should certainly close up when we get to race time.
Yeah, so you've got these clouds hanging around the place, but it doesn't look like they're going to rain on the track. But as I loaded into the session, it sort of let me know that it was possible. So I don't think we're going to get much of it here for Split 2, but a possibility, something to keep an eye on, and that would really change things up. And maybe even create a situation where you'd want to not drive on the paint.
Yeah, absolutely. If this place had some moisture about, you'd be seeing those drivers keeping it well within the white lines. We're going to get a bit of information from behind the scenes. Pre-qualifying, of course, over the course of the week. Apparently, you can cut turn 19 aggressively. That is the second last corner. We'll be approaching that pretty shortly so we can get a view of it. But if you get too greedy, you will get a slowdown for it. And that's something that I've noticed as well. Turn 19 is such a difficult corner to get right. In fact, it's the one corner on this track that I have never been able to nail, not even once. There's a big sausage curb on the inside. It sort of opens a little bit but goes right downhill. You'll see it in just a moment or so right here. Have a look at that. A lot of car across the apex and all the way out onto the pavement. That's the NASCAR and IndyCar line for sure, but as you can see, it's a bit difficult to nail it. You can't touch the grass either, otherwise you will get that dreaded off-track 1X.
This is one of the circuits on iRacing now where they have significantly different configurations for what's almost the same track. So we've seen at Mexico City that, you know, you get totally different curbs and tire bundles, whether it's the NASCAR configuration or the F1 configuration or one of the other configs. And same here, when you have the Grand Prix configuration versus this NASCAR configuration, then around the start-finish line is different track limits, different curbs on the exit of the final corner, and some different curbs through here as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of configurability to tracks like COTA that host multiple different championships. Vincent Skilbeck's demonstrating those sawtooth progressive curbs on the way through a lot of these corners. There's painted curbs in some places. One thing...
Like Miami.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, not curbs, just paint. But here on the exit of turn 19, there's a double curb, and that'll create a little bit more vibration through the car. Gotta say that pit entry is going to be a difficult one as well, especially if you're using that extended line out of turn 19. It can be very difficult to nail your braking and turn-in for that.
And as I talk about all the differences between different configurations at effectively the same circuit, you can get different pit lane speeds as well. You see that it's 40 miles an hour, 64 k's an hour here on this configuration. I'm sure the Grand Prix is 80 k's an hour, like F1 typically uses. So another one of those differences.
Yes, and I think that reduction in pit lane speed is going to be another factor when considering the best strategy to go for this compulsory pit stop race coming up.
NASCAR tracks have got to have a lot of pit stalls because, they typically race with, up to 40 or sometimes more cars. So that's another thing that can be different, is the spacing between the pit stalls for a Grand Prix configuration versus a NASCAR configuration. of a racetrack. So I don't imagine anyone in this race is going to be sharing a pit stall. Things will get a bit busier in that pit lane when we get to split 1. We're going to find how many pit stalls there are.
All right. Well, look at him slowing down right
40.
into it.
You also get
pit
that.
Stalls.
Yes, you also get that concrete wall there, the NASCAR style pit lane of jumping over the wall versus being able to drive straight into the garages when it's F1 style.
Nice little tidbits.
I tore a pair of trousers jumping over the wall at Autobahn Raceway in Illinois.
Well, that's a fun fact. Hopefully I can tear trousers in North America at some point. But we're going to be going through the grid now. Practice is over and it's time for the race. Ryan Nielsen has pole position for this one. Bo Albert, who topped the warm-up session, will start second alongside him. Andrew Ritchie and Roy Clark, Banter Alliance Racing. They are 3 out of the top 4 cars there, with Benjamin Smith and Ryan Shelton rounding out the top 6. Jamie McKnight is making a return for Fishy Motorsports, starting alongside Vincent Skilbeck. Then Steve Vella and Daryl Callahan rounding out your top 10. Martin Lipsky and Kieran Whitaker in 11th and 12th, with Peter Wilkinson, the last driver to start on this grid. We got Lachlan Capel and Tom Wilkinson. Tom in race control, Lockie going to be driving the safety car in case it is needed. But a small field like this, I wouldn't expect there to be much of a chance of safety cars, especially considering the track temperature is right in that balmy golden zone of heat.
Yeah, I looked again at the weather forecast, not expecting any rain, but it's going to remain overcast, and you can see that humidity is stifling. It's the kind of weather where you're wishing for it to rain for some sweet relief from the muggy conditions.
Well then, 38 seconds remaining on the grid timer, and a reminder of the format for this one. 1 compulsory pit stop for fuel. And definitely drivers will be taking tyres, because the tyres are worked very hard around a track like this. It'll open at the end of lap 2, will the pit window, and close at the end of lap 28. So you effectively have the whole race minus the first couple of laps and the last lap to jump into the pits and take your compulsory service. But I would expect drivers to be going at least 10 laps into the race before they decide to bring it in. Up come the lights, and we're ready to go, just about. Revs rising here on the field for Split 2. V8SCOPS at Circuit of the Americas. Split 2, ready to go, and that is a lot of wheel spin from Bo Albert. He's going to be swamped on the way into turn 1, and there's a spinner in the midfield. That's Daryl Callahan that's been turned around somehow. Not entirely certain how that went down for him, but they're going 2, 3 wide through turn 1 as they all scramble for their own little bit of real estate into the S's for the first time.
Ben Smith had a slowdown penalty for a second there, might have cut a little bit of turn 1, but thankfully he's cleared it before getting into these S's. Daryl Callahan has pulled off the road and he's out of here, so 1 car already gone from the standing start. They've lit up the rear tyres and Texas barbecued them off the line.
Looks like there was maybe a bit of miscommunication about relative positioning there. Looked like Callahan was trying to get past Vincent Skilbeck and Jamie McKnight, but threading the needle between them, McKnight made contact with him, and around Callahan went, unfortunately. Speaking of Vincent Skilbeck, he's just behind this group that we're looking at the moment. Banter Alliance, side by side with Ryan Shelton here. Andrew Ritchie making the move at turn 15. And Shelton is going to use every bit of tarmac he possibly can to try and maintain that momentum. He will keep the position into this long right-hander inspired by turn 8 at Istanbul Park. And then not far until the first lap is complete.
Yeah, so Nielsen and Albert getting away well from that standing start. Ryan Shelton making up a couple of those spots already and up into the critical top 3. He's been ahead of Ritchie, Clark and Ben Smith, who had that difficult getaway, but seems to be getting up to speed once more in 6th. Further back, I see McKnight and Vella aren't that far apart.
In the small box, coming up very shortly, we'll find a replay of that start incident here This is, I believe, the view from Jamie McKnight. No, Martin Lipsky. He had a front row seat to that contact there as Callahan made contact with McKnight, trying to scythe his way through. McKnight, I think, was just trying to get onto the racing line coming into turn 1, but very fast start from Daryl Callahan, ultimately turning into misery for 3 drivers.
End of this lap, the compulsory pit stop window will be open, but the fuel window probably won't be. Just something to think about, particularly if you find yourself mired in a little bit of traffic. How do you think about leaping very early for a tyre undercut if you think that's going to get you an advantage? Track's not that hot, but it certainly looks a little congested in some points here.
It definitely does. The field is still pretty close, all things considered. This is not a short circuit by any stretch, but I'm impressed that they've all managed to stay together as well as they have. Tracks like COTA tend to space out cars of this ilk. Into the final corner, though, the battle for... Oh dear, that's not ideal. Benjamin Smith and Roy Clark coming together there in the final corner. Roy Clark getting turned around, and so Ben is probably going to have a little tap on the shoulder from race control very shortly. Martin Lipsky taking advantage, as does Steve Vella, Jamie McKnight and Peter Wilkinson, as Bo Albert grabs the fastest lap as he tries to chase down Ryan Nielsen. The gap for the lead is now under 0.6 of a second.
What's happened for that? A real difference in speeds going into the final corner. And then Smith, a couple of car lengths back here.
It just looks like Roy Clark maybe was compromised on the entry somehow. It was he was quite slow on the way in and looked like he was going to miss the apex. In any case...
Odd difference in braking performance for sure.
Yeah, very odd. That's going to be something we may have to look out for in the coming laps as Bo Albert and Ryan Nielsen battle for the lead of the race. Albert with a 1:38.5 fastest lap. 1:39.3 is the best that Ryan Nielsen can manage so far. Now remember, the times for the grid in Split 2 were set in pre-qualifying. There is no dedicated qualifying session on the day for Split 2. So it can be difficult to read exactly into the pace of drivers until they actually get on track and start racing properly. It would appear that Bo Albert, now that he's in the rhythm, has a great advantage despite his poor getaway at the start. Jamie McKnight coming into pit lane, and looks like he has front-end damage, potentially, from that contact with Daryl Callahan. That might be the reason he's come in. Bo Albert trying at turn 1 on Ryan Nielsen in the meanwhile. And there's a bit more speed for Albert through turn 2. He's going to get up the inside in the S's. Oh, this is very tight. Ryan Nielsen just keeps it within track limits there. Rubbing panels, rubbing wheels, side by side for the lead. Albert's going to go for it at turn 6A. And Nielsen has no choice but to give him room on the inside.
Side by side exiting the cut through onto the back straight past the camping.
Oh, this is a great fight. Nielsen trying to fight back at Albert, but I think he's going to have to concentrate on looking after the state of those rear tyres there. That was a lovely move by Bo Albert. A little bit of panel rubbing, as is to be expected from touring cars, but he is back into the lead as he'd been threatening to do.
Top 3 is important in this race, so Nielsen needs to keep going. Shelton's not that far behind them now because obviously it costs a lot of time to go side by side through the S's, like we just saw our leaders do. This brings a few other drivers a little closer to up front, like Shelton, like Richie. It's McKnight back on track. Super quick stop.
Yeah, it is a quick stop. 10.4 seconds on my timing, but 9.9 according to Jay's timing, which is the more accurate one. That tells me that he probably had just enough time to get tyres on that car, but he hasn't put much fuel in it. Potentially, he was driving with damage and just tried to, cover the damage repair as quickly as possible, may come back into the pits later on, or be banking on a safety car to be able to save a little bit of fuel. We'll have to wait and see on that. For now, McKnight is the only outlier.
See in the last lap times that Ryan Shelton in third was the fastest on track because of the time that Albert and Nielsen lost battling each other.
That's how Albert started the move for the lead in the first place. It was quite the dive into turn one, very sharp apex, and then he was just able to keep the car slightly straighter through turn two, which gave him a little more momentum to keep it side by side through the S's. I mean, I have to say the respect between these two in this fight is worth pointing out, because, you know, for a number of seasons, the top level supercar leagues on iRacing had a bit of a reputation for you know, bumping and running or making a bit too much contact, but that's the kind of racing that I love to see out of these things.
There's Peter Wilkinson and Martin Lipsky just ahead of Kieran Whitaker and Roy Clark. Whitaker had a slowdown maybe a lap or so ago, so last lap certainly was a little off pace for him. Roy Clark quicker than all three of these drivers just in front of him, having been turned around at the final corner earlier on.
Yeah, Clark's looking to make a recovery here. He's down 7 positions from where he started. Wilco, by the way, in P8 and all the way out across the curb there. Looked like a big helping of oversteer from Kieran Whitaker just behind. Martin Lipsky, though, in the Tulip Racing machine, the white stripes, sort of dark grey machine there. He's trying his best to make up that time versus Peter Wilkinson. Sticking tight on the way into turn 2, a line that I haven't seen many drivers take. I think Martin's just playing it safe here, which I think might be the way to go. 15-second time penalty for Benjamin Smith has just come in for that contact with Roy Clark. So, unfortunate for sure, but as a driver, you do have to be aware of changing circumstances ahead of you, and it was a pretty clear-cut case of he came into the corner very hot and went into the back of it. So Bo Albert has already pulled his lead out to 2.7 seconds, which is frankly crazy. Now that he has clear air, he's just hitting his marks, really. That Chiefs Esports Club Mustang usually making appearances in Split 1. So Bo, I think, is really coming into this with the goal of getting into Split 1 later on in the evening's running. The gap closing slightly as well for third between Ryan Shelton and Andrew Ritchie, as we saw a few moments ago. That's our whole top 4 right there. Shelton sitting in third, 3 spots gained. It's been a good run for him so far.
Yeah, home track in a way for Ryan Shelton. And in that top 3 at the moment. But Andrew Ritchie finding a little bit of speed. Vincent Skilbeck also pretty quick. The top 5, not all that far apart. 6, 7, 8 further back, and relatively close to each other again as well.
Yes. Closest battle on track at the moment, though, is between Martin Lipsky and Roy Clark for P9. And as I mentioned, Roy on the recovery. Kieran Whitaker is joining them now. Peter Wilkinson has really jetted away from Martin Lipsky. And here comes Roy Clark, having a look up the inside at turn 12. But Lipsky carrying more momentum into the corner. And he'll find another few car lengths on him, as in the background, Kieran Whitaker, I think, was struggling to put the traction down out of that slow corner.
Yeah, that's going to become increasingly difficult as you go, because you come out of these corners still with a lot of lock on, and then you need to accelerate. You've got a lot of rotation to get done before you really can slam open the throttle. Something I think Lipsky just struggled with a little bit in that last corner.
Very interesting gearing here at this circuit. 5th through the penultimate corner for Martin Lipsky. He leaves the door open again to Roy Clark. It just seems like Roy's having a bit of trouble maintaining momentum at the apex to complete the move. Maybe he'll be able to get it done here at turn 1. He's right in the correct spot for a dive at this opening hairpin. The strong uphill grade helping your braking distance there, driving the car into the ground. And that's move done for Roy Clark, finally up another position.
Under the watchful eye of one of the biggest flags you'll ever damn see. And it could do with a tiny bit more wind to flutter at just 3.5 kilometers an hour of wind at the moment. If you get 10 or 20 Ks, then the flag will be fully upright. A great move from Roy Clark trying to come back through the field. Benjamin Smith's also trying to make some passes, but he's still got that penalty looming, even after losing quite a bit of time. Boxed in behind the spun Roy Clark.
Yes, there was a brief attempt to redress, but it was clear that Clark wasn't really going anywhere quickly, so Smith decided to continue on. Smith will be looking for a bit more in terms of on-track position here as he's rounding up Steve Vella right now. Vella, one of the drivers to make some good gains from the couple of brief moments of chaos that we've had in this race. But Benjamin Smith is running about a second faster than him at the moment, 9/10 faster on the previous lap. As they come across the line this time, Steve Vella sets a 1:41.2, and it's a 1 minute 40.0 for Benjamin Smith. That's his personal best of the race, and a huge chunk of time gained there. Look at how he nails the exit out of turn 1. He just straightened it up and launched it.
So close, but you need to be a lot further alongside going into these S's here. Watch out.
And right there, it's demonstrated, right? Momentum is so important through these S's. If you're even slightly off on your turn-in point, Smith just caught that tyre bundle at the apex of 6A as well. He's pushing very hard to try and make up this spot, but he needs to be careful to preserve his car. He'll be with the outside run into turn 12. Vella defends the position successfully, but for how long?
Down to the switchback sequence. Tight right, little S, long curved braking zone, pinches late. Vella opens it up. And then gets some wheel spin on the exit.
Oh dear. Smith tracking out. I think he was expecting Vella to go a bit wider on the exit of the corner. And an unlucky race for Benjamin Smith just gets even worse. It's going to be 7 more seconds of time lost for him. Yeah, you saw Vella was just trying to switch back over for the best line into the right-hander coming up, but Smith was clearly still working on his exit trajectory there.
Vella into the lane, still 20 laps to go in this one. Wilkinson's ended up behind Smith, and here comes Roy Clark too. There's Vella in the lane.
Yeah, I don't think very surprising to see Vella come in there. If you have a big incident on track and you're within the pit window, you might as well take that time loss in its stride and get your service out of the way while you're at it. So Smith now P6 with that pit stop for Steve Vella. Peter Wilkinson and Roy Clark the next fight, and it looks like Wilkinson is almost, I think, cut the corner there. Need to be careful through those S's.
He has cut it. Wilkinson's cut it.
Okay, so he does have a slowdown to serve, and he's going to pull over there. That's another position up for Roy Clark, and now he'll see Benjamin Smith not too far ahead of him, just a couple of seconds, and we'll see if the battle swings the other way between those two. Meanwhile, second place with Ryan Nielsen, 1 minute 40.9 on the previous lap. Ryan Shelton taking nearly half a second out of him on the previous lap there. So Shelton's looking pretty good in that Camaro, but the Banter Alliance Mustang is looking pretty consistent, honestly. Shelton only really made that big gain on the previous lap. We'll see what the gain is this time by. It's now back to just over 1/10 of a second, so ebbing and flowing a little bit here in the battle for P2.
Wynn's doing a better job with the flag of Texas towards turn 6 here. You want to see a bad job of waving a flag at COTA, you only need to look at Tim Cook the other year. There is the weather conditions. Oh yeah, Wynn's picked up. Seriously has. Just blustering a little bit.
Track temperature has stayed pretty static by the same token. Up 1 degree from when the green flag dropped. Not a huge difference, but still something that drivers will be thinking about as they make their way around these slow corners. It's lap 11 at the moment, so that's pretty much in the ballpark for where the tyres are going to start thermally degrading, as they tend to do with these cars. Around a track like this, with so many long flowing corners and curved braking zones, as you said before, David, I think once that pace starts dropping, they'll be in quite a rush to get back to pit lane. But I suppose if I was in this field, I would be just taking it easy in this first stint, getting my eye in for the conditions, and pitting sort of after the halfway point of the race so I have a better run to the end.
Well, overtaking's certainly more possible here and easier and more enjoyable than some of the other tracks we've been to in the calendar, Winton or some of those. So that does lead to pitting later being a more viable strategy. Because if passing is impossible, then track position is everything, then the undercut and an early stop is everything. But that might not be the case here as much.
Yeah, pretty mild track temperatures at COTA. So, Benjamin Smith and Roy Clark. Once again, a big lock-up for Benjamin Smith into turn 1. And, he's wiggling around through turn 2 as well. This JTIT Race on Oz Mustang is looking a little bit off rhythm. There's that lock-up into turn 1, and yeah, I think Smith is now struggling a bit with tyre temperatures. Not ideal for the moment. But we'll see what Roy Clark can do to bring this gap down a bit. For now, Benjamin Smith's pace is pretty level with Clark. Roy's been taking a couple of tenths out of him here and there, though.
Another slowdown for Peter Wilkinson just behind them, so he's not having a great time of those track limits, seeing Smith and Clark get yet further away. Bring Lipsky back into that battle. Closest cars is here, 6th and 7th. The double Ryans in 2nd and 3rd, and then it might also close up a little bit between 8th and 9th. On lap 13, with 17 to go at the line, it's getting a little bit closer to expecting to see a couple more pit stops, particularly if you close up behind someone and you feel like you're not making the progress you want. Then you're going, okay, well, 1 or 2 laps short of the halfway point, maybe that's my strategy. So that's what you can pencil into your calendar for the next 5 to 6 laps.
Indeed, narrow exit, for Benjamin Smith that time. Seems that he's gotten the oversteer under control, and he's starting to build a bit more of a gap between himself and Roy Clark now, so should be safe for the time being unless there's a mistake somewhere. I love seeing their entry into that 6th corner as we check in on the fight between Kieran Whitaker and Jamie McKnight. They're coming up to the same point. McKnight, 9 laps into this stint here after taking that early pit stop. They try and blend, see the track widens a little bit on the way into 6A there, and it really opens up your opportunity for moves, as Jamie McKnight has just proven there. Fresher tyres will win out there, and McKnight is back into the top 10.
Yeah, everything was in the favour of McKnight. He's had that damage fixed on the car. He's had a new set of tyres. And he'll see where he can end up, but likely to perhaps need another stop. Ryan Shelton's come in from 3rd. So that's key. Really trying to put some pressure on Ryan Nielsen, I think.
Yes. So that's just about a lap before the real halfway point of the race here. Shelton's trying his best to split this race down the middle, plus or minus a couple of laps, and looked like a reasonable stop from him. 12.3 seconds. That should cover fuel and tyres, and there wasn't really any damage to speak of on Ryan Shelton's car, so he's back out there. Just needs to get those tyres warmed up, and then he can set a few blisteringly fast laps.
3 pit stops that we've had. Shelton and Vella have gone 12.5 seconds, but Knight's gone about 10. So he's actually not as short as I might have thought he was.
Yeah, it's probably only a difference of about... I forget what the refueling rate per second in these cars is, but it can't be any more than 5 or 6 litres, which is worth maybe 2 laps or so at a circuit like this, maybe 1.5.
Now's a chance for Ryan Nielsen to respond if he's worried.
Yeah, the undercut may not be as strong in these cooler conditions, but Nielsen is going to do his best to cover off Ryan Shelton here. We'll see if he puts a little bit less fuel in the car to try and keep that delta where he wants it to be. Gap between Shelton and Nielsen was just over a second, sorry, on the way into the pit stops. So here comes Shelton into the final corner then. Nice smooth run out. Nielsen still getting service. Vincent Skilbeck has jumped into the pits with him. And it's a long stop for Nielsen, 14 seconds. And Shelton is easily going to get him into turn 1 here.
Looks like it, and a bit of smoke in the air at turn 1 as Smith and Clark are battling just up the road. Yet to stop, and now ahead of Shelton and Nielsen, who slotted in just a couple of seconds back behind them after their stop.
Skilbeck's stop is complete as well, and it's the longest we've seen so far. Steve Vella comes up on him, and Vella's tyres are right in their prime phase at the moment. Skilly trying his best to get them warmed up, but he will stay ahead. Was able to cover off the advances of Vella on the way into those S's, where it's very difficult to put a clean pass, but as Bo Albert and Andrew Ritchie showed us earlier, it's definitely possible.
Skilbeck's felt the pressure and cut the course.
Has to give up a little bit of speed there. On the way into turn 15. Here's the battle again between Benjamin Smith and Roy Clark. So, balance of performance between them is swinging further and further into the favour of Clark. Smith clearly a little bit off kilter there, and Clark's going to try and complete the move here with an undercut. Of course, there is still that time penalty hanging over Benjamin Smith's head, so it doesn't really matter if he can't get past him, but I'm sure that Roy would prefer to at least move past Benjamin Smith on track, because that'll open up his opportunities to maybe close that gap to the drivers ahead.
Oh, it's been a horrible lap for Skilbeck. He had a long stop, then he cut the course at the S's. Now he's nearly spun out of the final corner after he had to let Vella go.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Vincent Skilbeck, but crucially still rolling, which is more than could be said for Darrell Callahan, who quit out of the race pretty much as soon as that start line incident happened. Here's our leader, Bo Albert, running a different paint scheme for this round, and we presume the remainder of the season. A little bit more orange on that Chiefs Esports Club paint. Gotta say, it looks quite nice out here, balancing against the red runoff areas of the circuit.
you can see the last pit stop times on the timing column and see that quite a lot of the field has stopped now, but we haven't had Albert, Ritchie, Smith, Lipsky or Whitaker yet. So it worked out pretty well for Ryan Shelton versus Ryan Nielsen. So they're the two highest running drivers that have made their stops. Expecting they'll get Ritchie and Smith when those two drivers stop. Bo Albert just needs to keep an eye on the margins so that he doesn't get undercut, but he had quite a few seconds in his back pocket approaching the pit window that gives him the ability to just run a little bit longer. Do you think Whitaker has practiced the pit entry?
I'm not entirely certain. That was quite a slow entry there for Kieran Whitaker. Of course, you have to navigate that corner on the inside and accelerate up a little bit before you end up having to slow down for the pit lane speed limit there. But I don't know. I suppose a safe entry, no matter how slow it is better than messing it up and getting into the wall. Lipsky, speaking of getting into it out of turn 6A, and another sway on the exit as Jamie McKnight continues to catch him up here. Remember, McKnight has a few question marks over him here. Pitted only about 4 laps or so into the race, something like that. He's been out there for 13 laps. This is the 14th of the stint for McKnight. Then he'll make his way past Lipsky in the slow double hairpin section of this lap. Question is, though, will Jamie McKnight have to pit again? We will see. Steve Vella and Vincent Skilbeck still fighting here. And Skilby is working his way very nicely now. It seems like he's made some kind of recovery from the slightly substandard outlap that he had from his pit stop. And worth pointing out as well, we have the battle continuing on between Ryan Shelton and Ryan Nielsen. Now, been fed a little stat here by Jay in the background. Shelton is a long-time competitor in V8SCOPS. He's been there for many of the seasons that we've run, but last few seasons, it's really been sporadic appearances if he's ever made an appearance at all. He's come back in 2026, and if he finishes on the podium here and makes Split 1 as a result, it would be his first V8SCOPS Split 1 race since November 2016. It's been nearly 10 years since Ryan Shelton's had a chance to get into Split 1 in V8SCOPS. Last time he did it was at Interlagos. And, well, he may be able to do it again at one of his home venues here on the calendar.
That would be very, very exciting. We've had Vincent Skilbeck sneak past Steve Vella. We've had Ben Smith come into the pit lane and pick up a black flag. Separate to his 15-second time penalty, it might be speeding on the lane for Smith. Bad to worse.
Yeah, far from ideal. Well, with 11 laps remaining, Albert, our race leader, is the only car out there that hasn't taken a tour through pit lane yet. And he's still setting really good lap times. Those tyres are now 18 laps old, and Bo is still setting low 1-minute 39s, which only really Roy Clark has been able to get close to in the last few laps. Ryan Nielsen running 1:39.6 on the previous lap. So Albert's advantage is continuing to work through.
So a pure hypothetical that it might have been pit lane speed for Smith that got him the penalty, but it also might be unsafe pit entry there. He's whacked the wall on his way in.
And did you notice that he crossed over the white line when it went from dashes to a solid white line? Potentially, you have to commit to pit entry before that white line becomes solid. So that might be another reason that Benjamin Smith picked up that penalty.
Yeah, so the track limits matter except for when they don't, except for when they do on the third Sunday of the month, but only if the moon is waning. and if someone's watching, and if Schrodinger has a cat.
Only one thing missing is Mercury in retrograde.
No, I think the Mercury brand got discontinued quite some time ago.
No, it did. It did indeed. So not just in retrograde, it's been completely eclipsed, so to speak. Well, the battle keeps going here between Shelton and Nielsen. The two Ryans up into turn one. And that time by, Nielsen was 0.3 quicker than Shelton once again. Is just able to carry a little bit more pace in those crucial areas of the racetrack, but full credit to Ryan Shelton. He's doing everything he needs to keep Nielsen at bay, and it's one thing to catch up to someone, it's an entirely different thing to pass them, and well, Nielsen, you could see a much more direct line through those S's. He's making up a lot of time there, but has to back out of it a little bit into 6A. I think he carried a bit too much speed there, so that's where Shelton gets the advantage back.
Only one that different in their pit stops, and Bo Albert's determined to prove that the tyre drop-off's not that serious. So I think it just comes down to their different lines and their different racing styles here. Suddenly Shelton's feeling a little bit of pressure that he didn't have in the first half of the race.
So power out. You can see that they're not quite as keen as they were early on to go for the runoff area out of the left-hand hairpin at turn 15. I think they're just trying to focus now on straightening the car up as soon as possible so that they don't instigate wheel spin. That's a bit deep and wide for Ryan Shelton at turn 19 though, and that will be a few more tenths of a second in the way of Ryan Nielsen. But out of the final corner, Shelton just gets the power down a little better. So, I mean, consistency is always key in these cars, and they're some of the most difficult cars on the iRacing service to drive a consistent run in. But COTA, I think, adds another wrinkle to that. You know, this is notorious, at least in my mind, for being a circuit where it's really difficult to string a consistent sequence of laps together, no matter what car you're driving, no matter how easy it is to drive. Look at that speed that Nielsen's carrying into these S's. He's really standing on the front end, isn't he?
Yeah, it's changing direction well, but then different drivers sort of prioritize different parts through that S's. You can sometimes sort of end up behind the changes of direction in a slalom course, or you can sort of prioritize and end up ahead. It's Bo Albert coming in from the race lead. Probably been a little bit closer to the second and third place battle that's on your screen, but seems like he'll maintain some margin ahead of them. He's 45 seconds clearer than when he came into the lane.
And the pit lane delta is about 36 seconds or so. So I think Albert should be able to cover these guys off easily, unless there's some drama for him in the pit lane. I did notice that Albert crossed over the solid portion of the white line on the way into the pits, but he doesn't seem to have gotten a penalty, so I get the feeling that the contact with the wall is what got Benjamin Smith the penalty in the end. But Albert has completed his stop out of pit lane, 13.5 seconds in the box, and that really splits the difference between the short pit stops and the long pit stops. So now the battle is here, about 13 seconds behind Bo Albert, and Ryan Nielsen locks up as he goes into turn one. Shelton gives him a bump at the apex, but the 201 is through on the 199 finally.
All the way from 6th to 1st gear and parking it at that tight apex. That's the way to do it.
Such clean lines from Ryan Nielsen through the S's. Yeah, you can really tell that Banter Alliance car is set up for good rotation. There's still fighting going on track though. Vincent Skilbeck at the head of this one. He's starting to put some distance between himself and Steve Vella. Roy Clark is now right on the back of him. And Roy still 4 places down from where he started this race. And I think he might have just cut the right-hander there at the entry to the S's. Needs to be careful of that. Keeping the pace up, though, he seems to have been able to maintain that, running as close as you dare to the wall between 6A and 6B, and nailing the power as best you can over those curves. The straight is just too short on this layout for Roy Clark to get a run on Vincent Skilbeck there, but, Steve Vella. But if Vella messes up the exit of 15, then round the outside is a potential move, and Roy Clark will keep that line going here. Squeezed ever so slightly, but turn 15 beckons, and he's going to rotate, get that power down. It's not going to be quite enough to clear Steve Vella, though.
No, it's give and take, ebb and flow, remaining side by side, multiple corners here. I think eventually Roy Clark can do this.
Still side by side through the penultimate corner. Roy Clark is on fresher tyres by about 6 laps or so. He completes the move, and you see a car in pit lane. Oh, contact on the exit of the final corner between Clark and Vella. That's a little awkward. Jamie McKnight is back in pit lane, as we sort of expected. It was a very short stop for him and very early on in the race, so there were doubts over whether he could make it to the end on fuel. Looks like he couldn't.
Yeah, so the 10 seconds in the previous stop might have been the tyres, but didn't get near as much of fuel in. So he's made stop number 2. Peter Wilkinson goes past. And goes way past. Uh-oh.
That's not ideal. McKnight's going to find a nasty surprise waiting for him on the exit there. But
Locked
now
up,
he's
lads.
on the freshest tyres in the field once again. Haha, nice.
No, I think I've said that at least 2 or 3 times before. It's low-hanging fruit on that one. No giraffe neck required.
You didn't say it when I was in the box with you, so I appreciate a little dose of jokiness. Gap for second place is now up to about 1.7 seconds out on track right now. And the fastest lap will go back to Bo Albert, down to a 1:38.0. That is the fastest lap of the day thus far. Really gives you a sense for what we can expect from the drivers in Split 1.
Shortest pit stops are Ritchie and Wilkinson. So we'll see how they go. We started this race so muggy and overcast, and now the wind's picked up, clouds have cleared off a little bit. It's actually amazing how quickly it can change.
Yeah, until you pointed it out, it took me a couple of seconds to realize, yeah, everything's just a bit brighter now. There is more sun hitting the racetrack, and everything just looks a little more crisp and clear. So that fog, slight mistiness at the start of the session, has cleared up, and the track temperature has risen by another degree as well. Winds are looking pretty consistent at about 10 k's an hour. You can see that track temperature steadily climbing over the last half an hour. And I think there's a chance of it going up another degree, or maybe even just half a degree. By the time the checkered flag comes out, it's going to be 5 laps to go for our leader, Bo Albert.
Here he is. So a lot of lap time comes from the precision through the S's here. One corner leads into another, leads into another. And then also the traction zones in the back half of the lap. So it is a little yin and yang before turn 6 and after turn 6.
Yeah, it just seems like Bo is really in tune with his car right now. It's responding perfectly to his steering inputs, and he's not struggling with the traction too much on exit either. It takes a long time for a driver to become acclimatized to these cars if they've never driven them before. But Bo Albert, one of the most experienced out there, you can say that for the majority of this field. Not least Vincent Skilbeck, who's been racing V8 supercars on iRacing for well over a decade by now. Still maintaining P5. and keeping Roy Clark behind him, but that gap is continuing to come down. Clark has made a respectable recovery since he got unfortunately turned by Benjamin Smith earlier on. And his lap times have been pretty consistently in the 1-minute 40s, whereas Skillbeck is now struggling to get below 1-minute 41. But he's just eyes forward, focusing, a little touch of oversteer on the way into turn 15. He's obviously running the brake bias a bit further back.
A few drivers skipping the rear tyres in some places. Ryan Shelton from 3rd place did it, and that's why he's dropped so far back behind Ryan Nielsen there, and that's the 2nd and 3rd. And Skillbeck obviously just doing it in the curved braking zone as well. Roy Clark looming ever closer.
Just keep an eye on where Roy Clark makes his gains here on this lap. I love this rear view because it gives you a great view of where those gains and losses are to be made. So way through the mid-corner at turn 1, you see Clark really gains a lot on Skillbeck, but Vincent was setting up for the exit there, and so gains a little bit of that time back. But here in the S's, that's the big difference maker for lap time. Across these curbs, you see just vaulting into the corners there for Roy Clark. The gap stays consistent, but you can clearly tell there's a little bit more confidence in the front end there from Roy.
Last time we saw him make some moves, he sort of went for them very early, checked up his momentum in a couple of places, but Skillbeck's almost folded immediately here.
But wide through turn 12, and Roy Clark's done this move before. We'll see if he can do it again. Oh, Skillbeck is fully ahead though by the time they make the proper turn, and he can keep that defense going. He parks it on the apex, slight bit of contact, a little bit of a wince there from Vincent Skillbeck, but he holds on to it, and Roy Clark ends up losing all that time he gained on that lap. How quickly can he gain it back with Skillbeck now slightly offline? Oh, look at the gains through the penultimate corner there for Roy Clark. A wider entry, slightly wider the apex, but hooks up the exit nicely. He'll have the slipstream down the start-finish straight. Skillbeck knows that there's a potential move about to happen here, so his only option is to protect that apex. Firing it in, but he's locked it up, winds it on, but the car just won't respond, and that's Roy Clark through into the top 5.
The tighter you are going into turn 1, you hit the crest of the hill earlier almost, and it sort of unloads the front there. So having pointed towards the apex on a narrower line, you're actually more vulnerable to a lock-up. That's not front locking, that's rear skating for Skillbeck. Can't say what I was going to say, but yeah, all over the place, front and rear.
Yeah, indeed. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Skillbeck with the joint second oldest tyres, joint third oldest tyres in the field. So he's on the same strategy as Ryan Nielsen, with Shelton on 14-lap-old tyres and Steve Vella on the oldest tyres in the field on his 18th lap on this stint. Fortunately, not long left to go in this race. Our leaders have just crossed the line to make it 2 laps to go, or at least Ryan Shelton has. Bo Albert is so far ahead now, he's almost got half a lap's advantage over 3rd place, and he'll navigate the what is soon to be a lapped car now of Martin Lipsky. He and Kieran Whitaker both having their fair share of trouble here today. But I got to say, it's been impressive, the commitment from the drivers, the care that they've taken. In spite of incidents that they've had, they have kept it rolling, and they are likely to see the checker from here.
But next up will be the white flag, 2 corners to go to begin the final lap of the race. For Bo Albert, Nielsen and Shelton looking likely, but not guaranteed to be our podium. Shelton's pace has dropped off a little bit. Andrew Ritchie's gotten a little bit closer to him, but there's only a lap left to decide.
Barney absolutely cranking that white flag as Bo
Tim
Albert
Cook
begins.
could never.
Certainly not. Beginning the final 4.18 kilometers of this layout of Circuit of the Americas for now. With Albert looking a shoe-in for victory, he'll be promoted to Split 1, and he'll have many more laps left to do of this place this Sunday night. He's just been the picture of consistency the whole way through. Aside from the very start of the race, he'll obviously be working on getting better launches in Split 1. But he recovered very well from that wheel spin moment. Took him a few laps to get back to the lead. Once he did not look back, and his pace has been nigh unassailable from here.
Last battle that could play out on this final lap, I suspect, is Vincent Skilbeck and Steve Vella. After the torrid time that Skilbeck's been having, his tyres are roasted.
Yep, could be a fight going on for P6 in the latter stages of this lap, but doesn't look like it'll be happening before Albert crosses the line, so we'll give our victor his dues. Bo Albert, well-known, long-standing member of the AusNZ sim racing community, and he's a pretty good steerer as well. He wins Split 2 at Circuit of the Americas. The V8SCOPS round 11. And that will be the biggest victory margin I've seen in a while in Split 2. It's a massive 26 seconds back to Ryan Nielsen here, who had a great battle with Ryan Shelton and will end up finishing in second place for his troubles. It's only another few seconds back to that silver Camaro there. Ryan Shelton finishes on the podium, and for the first time in nearly 10 years, he's going to get a chance to start in Split 1 of a V8SCOPS race. Well done to the American. Andrew Ritchie finishing not too far behind him in fourth. Roy Clark and the Red Machine will take P5 ahead of Vincent Skilbeck here, but can Skilbeck keep Steve Vella behind him? Skilbeck's been struggling on these tyres these last couple of laps, but looks like he's maintained just enough speed, just enough consistency to protect a top 6, and well done to him for that.
Vella just behind Jamie McKnight. Great pace at Chance, but requiring 2 pit stops after early damage. Peter Wilkinson behind him in 9th, 1 stop, but quite a few costly slowdowns, a little lockup or 2 here. The last driver on the lead lap as Lipsky and Whitaker did go a lap down late on in that race.
Yes, so not everyone finishing on the lead lap, not everyone finishing full stop, but all up, a good taster for what is to come here for V8SCOPS at Circuit of the Americas. Bo Albert's final race time was just a hair under 48 minutes and 42 seconds. If the race had gone 1 lap longer or we'd had a safety car, we would have gone over the time-certain 50 minutes. So distance working out pretty nicely there. Those are your results. Albert, Nielsen and Shelton will make it into Split 1 if they so desire. Ritchie and Clark round out your top 5 ahead of Skilbeck, Vella, McKnight and Wilkinson. Those are your last finishers on the lead lap. Ahead of Martin Lipsky and Kieran Whitaker, we had retirements from Benjamin Smith and Daryl Callahan. Smith with a couple of penalties to his name, and pretty tough go of things with Daryl Callahan out just after the race start. Didn't even make it to turn 1, unfortunately. But Lachlan Capel didn't have to go out there in the safety car, and Tom Wilkinson only had to assign a few penalties in this one, so nice day at the office for race control. My apologies, it's round 9 of the championship. We are running slightly less rounds this season, but regardless, last main round before the Enduro season, and Split 2 is in the books. We're going to step aside briefly here on SimSpeed TV, and we'll be back in a few moments for Split 1 competition, ready to go here in Texas.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green. He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Goldberg goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It's round 9 of V8 SCOPS for 2026 here at Circuit of the Americas, running the brand new NASCAR West layout for the first time. Split 2 already done and dusted, and it's and it was an entertaining race despite the smaller field size. Now we increase those numbers, add our Split 2 podium to the mix, and Split 1 will be ready to go. It's going to be a single 65-lap race here for today, with potential for it to go time certain, just like Split 2 may have just about done. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in the comms box. David, there's a bit more wind out on track at the moment, and I see that giant US flag at turn 1 is billowing in the breeze.
Yep, you can split a field, you can split a qualifying, and you can split a P. We'll see what kind of weather it turns up, because we're sort of moving from the early morning towards the midday and then later on for this race, and we are seeing that the Texas weather is not unpredictable, but certainly dynamic.
Yeah, still quite sunny conditions out there as we check out the championship standings going into this round. So Zach Rattray White in the championship lead over Sean Campbell, who, as we said last round, was pretty dominant in the first few rounds of the season. We'll have a graph to show in a few moments to tell that story. But Emily Jones and Ryan O'Sullivan in your top 4, just ahead of Rehan Leonage. Things looking very close between O'Sullivan and Leonage there, but quite the gulf between Jones and then Campbell and Rattray White up at the very top. A bit more work to do before the Enduros come round, but those Enduro Cup points could certainly shake things up in these overall driver standings.
Absolutely, so looking forward to those races. This is the story of Sean Campbell versus Zach Rattray White. Across the rounds so far, it was a perfect beginning for a few rounds there for Sean Campbell. Zach Rattraywight really hit his straps and has just been chipping away at it. They crossed over going into round 7. Now, ZRW has just been putting a little bit more margin into Sean Campbell.
Yes, indeed. The balance has shifted, and we'll see how that works out for them. So the championship standings that we were looking at were without drop rounds applied. We are now at the point in the championship where we can apply drop rounds to those standings, drivers dropping their 2 worst round results of the season. And Rattraywight still ahead, but it's quite. This is just dropping 1 round. It looks like the gaps are a lot narrower than we thought they were, David. It's only 24 points in between Rattraywight and Campbell.
Yeah, absolutely. Emily Jones in that 3rd place at the moment from Ryan O'Sullivan and Rehan Leonage, who's been strong in the last few rounds. One to watch towards the tail end of the championship for sure. Angus Lawford with 6th, Jamie Dyke, Robbie Gibbs, William Sapstead and Hayden Veld is the top 10 in our standings. Whenever it's going to be close somewhere in the top 10, you love to see it be close for that 1st position.
You certainly do. Yeah, and right on the eve of Enduro season, that's when you want that championship to be close. I'll shout out Angus Lawford again. Honestly, his form these last few rounds has been spectacular. He did incredibly well at Portland, also at Winton, and he's being rewarded. But look at that track temperature, 52 degrees out on the virtual asphalt right now. Those tires are struggling. And this being a 65-lap race, I would guess that this is going to be a 2 compulsory pit stop race. And I think the drivers will be thanking their lucky stars for that, because I couldn't imagine doing a race like this on only 2 sets of tires.
The sun is a deadly laser and it is out in force in the afternoon, really heating everything up. So we're in the pre-race warm-up now before we get to qualifying. We're split into groups of 2 so that everyone gets a little bit more space out on track with less congestion to set a clean run. And then that sets the grid for 1 race tonight, 250 Ks with 2 pit stops.
85% fuel tank restriction as well, which will force a little more potential fuel strategy on the drivers. Some information that Dan Yeaman assisted me with in split 2. Refill rate tapering off at about 2.5 litres a second or so, but because the virtual fuel man takes a little bit to get the rig hooked up to the car, it turns out to be more like 2 litres a second fuel fill for these drivers when they're taking a long stop. That's something to really think about. New driver for this round, Jensen Bade for Phoenix Racing Team, joining the likes of Steve Vella, Rehan Leonage and the others at this squad running the Mustangs with the 3.8s on the side. Finished pre-qualifying in 5th, so Jensen here has burst onto the scene quite spectacularly.
Absolutely, fantastic to see. Looking strong in this practice session at the moment as well.
Yeah, P2 for the New Zealander, and it's actually a Kiwi 1-2 with Zach Rattraywight up the top. Looking through that top 10 in practice, seeing some interesting names as well. Wayne Burke up there in P7, Andrew Dutch in P8, another one of the Phoenix Racing Team drivers there in the number 81. Kurt Stenberg rounding at your top 10 in this practice session. Stenny, of course, the most experienced driver in V8SCOPS. He has more race starts than anyone. and he's making his way out of the pits for another run here in this practice session. I can't imagine how much Trans-Tasman Racing racking their brains here trying to figure out the best way to go about this on such a hot track. There's so much setup compromise and driving compromise you need to perform when the track is this warm.
Yeah, great to have a look at Kurt Stenberg and his setup as he gets ready. And again, just feeling out those track conditions, but every little jump from one part of the session to the next comes with often quite a big change in the weather. So practice into qualifying into the race. So as we look at the track right now, we go, that's toasty, but everyone's waiting to see in 5 minutes when it jumps to qualifying what happens. You're speaking about quick Kiwis. How about another?
Yeah, Andre Heimgartner from the real world motorsports scene, drives in the Supercars Championship in the real world, and has been racing pretty much every round this season for Trans-Tasman Racing. Got a new livery on the car as well, swapped the white for black, and I got to say that Simrigs logo looks very good on that particular color scheme.
Seen him in the Simrigs ad. Better posture than Stenny, but that's okay. You'd hope.
Doesn't everyone, Jay says. Yes, Stenny does have the most unique driving position of any V8SCOPS driver. We'll see what Andre Heimgartner can do here. He hasn't quite gotten into the top 10 in V8SCOPS since he started racing regularly in it, but he's been in and around the midfield, so a good result today is possible. Harry Dodds is back out there as well for HD Sim Racing. Lovely looking livery on that one too. It's nice to see a bit more blue out there.
Ford Racing Polo to go with the Mustang. Ford Racing can have an incredible amount of merchandising stuff as well. They were giving out flags at the Bathurst 12-hour. I've heard that they were doing the same at the IMSA 6 Hours of Road America. So they want you to know that Ford Racing.
Indeed, but in the case of Andre Heimgartner, is Chevrolet Racing. His Camaro sliding on the way out of turn 1 here, and this is a good opportunity to see what the driver's inputs are like on such a hot track over 50 degrees Celsius. You're just trying to put in as little steering angle as possible to look after the front tires, but then when you get to the exits of the corners, you're just trying to squeeze the power on, minimize that oversteer, because the more those rear tires slide around like that, it's going to put a ton of temperature into the tires. It won't just kill your lap time, it could be the difference between winning and losing.
You can see that he's one of the drivers with no time to their name in the practice session just yet. Quite a few actually, so Sean Campbell, Ryan Nielsen, Ryan Shelton, etc. No time set. This warm-up maybe keeping their powder dry 2 minutes until they jump into qualifying. It looks like it certainly could be flying lap that matters something for Andre Heimgartner, as well as a few other drivers are shuffling the timing column around.
Using the curbs on the way into turn 19. Nice run through the corner, keeps it straight, just kissing the grass there on the way into the braking zone for the final corner. Maybe slightly deep, but hooks up the power. A little bit of a slip on that curb. This should be the first proper lap time for Andre Heimgartner. Makes his way across the line. And that will set him up with a 1 minute 39.3. Good enough for P12, not bad.
It certainly is a pretty slippery track at the moment. 52 degrees Celsius, humidity's come down. Wayne Burke has jumped up into second. Sorry, Rehan Leonage has to displace Jensen Bade down into third.
had P1 for a few moments, did Rayan, but Rattray White responded with a 1 minute 38.1, and Jensen Bade has responded once again as well with a 138.4. I gotta say, Phoenix Racing Team does have a habit of bringing in drivers who really set those timing screens alight in their first couple of rounds, and I really hope that we see more of Jensen Bade to come, because the more the merrier with the hard battling we see up the top of this field.
So almost approaching the time when it actually matters and counts. Qualifying just on the other side of this practice session. A few drivers testing the limits of this and that before we get to that qualifying session.
Well, just a couple of seconds remaining on the timer. Everyone's going to get kicked off track in just a second's time. Goodbye, everybody, and a very quick hello once again. 35 minutes ahead of us for our 2 qualifying sessions, the first of which 15 minutes, then a 5-minute break, and then 15 more minutes to round things off, splitting our drivers into groups. So Rattray White with the fastest time in practice, but Jensen Bade and Rayan Leonage, Phoenix Racing Team, both in the top 3. So that certainly gives us hope for both of them to be up there in the qualifying session as well. Robbie Gibbs doing well for Chiefs in 4th spot ahead of William Brown, so that makes 3 Phoenix Racing Team cars in the top 5. They've really come to fight today, haven't they? Wayne Burke, the top of a million esports machine, with the first Trans-Tasman cars being Pepperell and Jones in 7th and 8th ahead of Ryan Mueller and Ken Latta. Some good performances from Pacific Esports Racing and Fishy Motorsports as well, as we find our way into qualifying now. This is the drivers who finished in the bottom half of the Split 1 cutoff for pre-qualifying, plus our podium drivers from Split 2. Unfortunately, we are not going to be seeing Bo Albert out there. He apparently has a wrist injury that he's been dealing with, so he is not going to be doing double duty tonight.
Yeah. We have the others, though, the Ryans. Both out on track. Shelton and Nielsen.
Should be able to continue their fight from Split 2 in that case. Waiting then for our first lap times to start here. Coming out across the line is Andrew Dutch for Phoenix Racing Team. Another one of our many New Zealanders in this field. Up into turn 1 he comes, and he's dragging Mark Poynton along with him. Poynton for Fishy, or formerly for Fishy, I believe. It looks like he's running a Frog Leap Juiced Racing paint scheme here.
Yeah, I think so. It's still a super hot track as we've jumped into this qualifying session and moved a tiny bit deeper into the afternoon. So over 50 degrees Celsius, you will work your way through those S's, constant loading on the tyres, really heating them up before you get into the next part. And then you're going to need to really rely on the rear tyres through this next part of the quarters here, basically down into sort of second gear, and then punch it up to speed, and then immediately into the next hairpin and into the next traction off each. Really matters for setting a hot time on this hot track at the start of qualifying.
Really is a track at 2 halves, isn't it? You're right, the first half is all about the front tyres, second half is all about the rears. This corner is one outlier. Very long left-hander that puts a lot of heat into those left side tyres. Sorry, long right-hander that puts heat into the left side tyres. It's always confused me, that, for some reason. Can never quite get my head around it and say the right thing. But end of the lap then for Andrew Dutch, the first time of the qualifying session upon us now. Across the Formula 1 start grid boxes, and the timing line right there is going to see Andrew Dutch set a 139.297. Mark Poynton setting a 139.6. So a gap of just over 0.3 of a second in front of the field. Kurt Stenberg looking to try and bring that time down as more times file in. Forbett to 5th spot. Stenberg getting to 2nd spot, 139.4. Harry Dodds pips him. Then Craig Bond pips the both of them. Looking quite competitive here, but Brett Loxton shooting to the top on a 139.263. Jack Pickett, a 141.5. Didn't quite go smoothly for car number 84 there. Cameron Geraghty putting himself into P10. Here comes one of our split 2 competitors, Ryan Nielsen, to the line in the 201. And what is his pace going to be like? How's it going to compare to the rest of them out there who have been practicing all through the week? Nielsen puts himself 13th, crucially ahead of his fellow Split 2 competitor, Ryan Shelton.
Great middle sector from Mazzaroli, not quite keeping up at the end. It's into 13th because Hunter Salvatore goes up top.
Lovely lap from Hunter there. 0.04 of a second faster than Brett Loxton. And now the run is done. I mean, the track temperature is just so hot right now that you can only really afford a single hot lap on a run here. Of course, the no escape rule is active, so the drivers have to drive back to the pits under their own power here. It's basically dictated an in-lap in qualifying.
Oh,
and
dramas at pit entry. It's blocked.
Oh, yeah, I think I can see that in the background. Oh. Not ideal at all. I wonder what's going on there. A little bit of a queue formed. Apparently, broadside across pit entry was Kevin Norman.
It's cost everyone a little bit of time, and often the way that it goes is you are hurrying around to try to squeeze in your run plan of as many flying laps as possible. Just a short amount of time that's allocated to each group. That's cost them all a tiny bit. We've seen people hit that attenuator on the pit entry in racing conditions. What about in qualifying conditions?
Well, he didn't hit the attenuator. He just lost the rear on the way in. And understandably, Norman stalled it. But I think understandably, he may have been thinking, well, maybe they'll be able to find their way around me. But there just wasn't enough room to get through there. So they had to wait for him to reverse. There was a queue of about 6 cars, 2 rows, 3 deep. So not ideal circumstances there. Crucial seconds lost for those drivers. That could be the difference between being able to get another lap in and not.
We saw as we go into this later afternoon that the track is cooling off rapidly. So it started off super toasty, but it's already dropped from sort of 51 to 48. You go through another run here, we could be to sort of 45 degrees. And then also the racetracks tend to get quicker as they rubber in as well. So if it's rubbering in on the racing line and cooling, it's not quite a drying racetrack as far as improvement goes. But there should be improvement to be had. Drivers are kind of tiptoeing a little bit on the outlap, or at least Lachlan Pryke is, to then unleash it all when they begin another flying lap. Andrew Dutch is one of the first to come around to do so. And then Poynton and Pryke and a few others. But then the other half of this qualifying group are a half a lap further back, having been held up.
Yeah, it didn't seem like much time elapsed with Kevin Norman spun across pit entry, but a second is sometimes worth an hour in motorsport. Lachlan Pryke, though, will find his way through turn 2 nicely, and we'll be enjoying that track that's a few degrees cooler now. If that trend continues, we'll be seeing ever faster lap times as the second group comes out in about 20 minutes time. Sorry, 10 minutes time, my apologies. They will be the drivers who are up the top of pre-qualifying. Smooth run for Pryke here on this lap. It doesn't look like a particularly fast one, but I think when you're still dealing with a warm track, sometimes a lap that looks slow often ends up being faster.
Yeah, quite a few drivers are, of course, going faster on their second flying lap, not only as they push a little bit harder, but as the track cools off a little bit. Through the first 2 sectors, Andrew Dutch is a 10th underneath provisional pole time. Lachlan Pryke has been improving with 2 PB sectors as well. But uh-oh, in that final sector, something's happened for Andrew Dutch he doesn't love.
Yep, he abandons the lap and goes back into pit lane. And he'll be granted...
Salvatore is about to begin a flying lap as Mark Poynton is completing one.
Yes, across the line, Poynton comes at 1 minute 38.9. There's the improvement that everyone's been looking for there. Poynton to the top. Now let's see what Lachlan Pryke does here. Well, we were talking about how it didn't look like a quick lap from just looking at the car, but hey, the trend is continuing there. Only about a 10th behind Mark Poynton for Lachlan Pryke there. Kurt Stenberg, can he set a 1 minute 38? He can. It's not quite enough to get provisional P1 though. Kevin Norman across the line, 1 minute 40.9, not an improvement. Jack Pickett improves to 13th. Liam Milner improves to 3rd spot. And Cameron Garrity gets into P4. Scott McKenzie then to the line. Car 503, 139.9. He'll grant himself 2 positions from that one up to 14th ahead of Mazzaroli and Norman. But here comes Jordan Mazzaroli to the line. Bit of a slide on the way out of the final corner, but he's extended that exit as much as he possibly can there. Across the line he comes and a 138.6. Hello, we are really in the fast lane now.
Was purple and purple through the first 2 sectors for Jordan Mazzaroli. Then he had that little slide right at the end. Craig Bonds having an even bigger one off the final corner. They sort of get to the end of the flying lap, and this feels like it's one of those laps where if you baby it a little bit in the first sector, it comes back to you in the final sector. The tyres are going off that quickly. It's like old Formula One qualifying on the Hypersofts, where they had to hold back in the first couple corners of a lap so they had anything left for the final corner on one flying lap.
Yeah, that's the nature of this qualifying session right now. The drivers who are looking after their tyres the best at the start of the lap will be the ones to watch out for. So that's the second run complete for the majority of our drivers. Good to see Mazzaroli up there. I think Project 36 has come in some leaps and bounds this season. You know, we haven't just seen Angus Lawford put those cars further towards the top of the field. Mazzaroli's been doing a good job at getting up there as well since he joined up with Project 36. And now has provisional P1, and by a pretty solid margin, all things considered. Andrew Dutch, though, here he comes to begin his next flying lap. He's one of the drivers who's a bit off strategy now, thanks to abandoning his run a little earlier, and you saw everyone else coming out behind him there to begin their next runs. So Dutch is going to be the one to watch here.
Absolutely weird sectors for this racetrack, because we start off with the F1 track sectors and then it lumps the whole back half of the lap into one sector. So we've got a 17-second sector, a 22-second sector, and then a 1 minute sector. So not particularly useful, I'll be honest, but it's going okay at the moment for Andrew Dutch. Matches his first sector, improves his second sector. Now it's this whole gigantic final sector to go.
Smooth line out of turn 14 there into 15, wide entry, and he's using that to straighten up the car a little earlier. We found towards the end of split 2 especially that drivers aren't very keen to get across the curb on the exit there. It'll unsettle the car and make you lose traction. You need all the traction you can get when the track is still this warm. Through the final sector then for Andrew Dutch. Last corner beckons and it's a straight run into the final turn. Just put the power down smoothly, avoid that oversteer. Doesn't go too far beyond the curb. And to the line, Andrew Dutch will come. Is this going to be the provisional P1 he's looking for? 139.2 is not quite going to cut it. It is an improvement in lap time, but not in position.
No, so now you've got a whole heap of other drivers that are about to begin flying laps. Kurt.
Stenny making his way into turn 1. He's always hunched over that wheel like a bus driver. But P3 in the session, the numbers don't lie. 5th gear through the S's here. Flicking down to 4th. And then keeping that momentum going down into 3rd just to get the power, the turn-in that you need from those higher revs and the engine braking that these cars are known for. As close to that apex wall as you possibly can. Big slide on the exit of 6B. It's looking like a reasonable lap from Stenny, but it's all about stringing this very abnormally long final sector together, and it looked a little scrappy on the exit of turn 12 there.
He's got Brett Loxton just behind him, also on a flying lap. So Kurt Stenberg, the bus driver, can look over his shoulder and tell them to move on back. Loxton's maybe a little closer than he would want to be, but also maybe he's looking for a bit of a slipstream in a couple of places.
That was a little bit tight there for Stenny. He caught a bit of the grass on the way through turn 17. So I don't know if this is going to be a valid lap in the end for him. Checkered flag is out, and it looks like Stenny is abandoning that lap. Invalidated thanks to that little touch of the grass. So Brett Loxton's going to be the first to the line at the end of this first qualifying session. Looking for a 1:38, and he's going to get it. Moves it up to P3. Jack Pickett doesn't make an improvement. Kevin Norman does, though. Up to P8 from roundabout 17th or 18th. Stephen Banks with a 1:39.4. No improvement in position for him. Cameron Garrity up to P2. 1:38.8. Fantastic time. Jordan Mazzaroli still enjoying a good margin at the moment, but if he can nail this lap, he can extend that and potentially improve his overall starting position with the Group 2 drivers still yet to come out. 1:38.4. That's a fantastic improvement from Jordan.
Yep, great lap from Jordan Mazzaroli. Drivers left to complete a lap. Craig Bond, and I think basically just him. No time in for Sapstead yet.
This is interesting. Rapid Theft Racing number 81 has always been a factor in the top 10.
On these tyres too.
Yeah, this is abnormal for William Sapstead. The lap time just doesn't seem to be there for him. 1:38.9, that will put him to 17th spot, but he only has 2 other cars behind him, so a bit of an uncharacteristic run here for Sapstead.
That must be struggling with track limits, right? Because to have no time in, to have the previous lap not count, to the point where you got no time left in the session, you just got to stay out there on the same set of tyres to set a clean lap time, even if, you know, your tyres are phased nothing like what you'd want.
Yeah, so big outlier is William Sapstead, but the top 10, I mean, shout out to Jordan Mazzaroli, just straight up quick around here, enjoying a 4/10 of a second margin over everyone else in this session. Garrity, Poynton, Loxton, Stenberg will round out your top 5. Milner, only a couple of hundredths back from Stenny, with Lachlan Pryke ahead of Kevin Norman. Nice turnaround for Kevin there, from being spun across pit entry to 8th in the first session. Not a bad run for the 73. Hunter Salvatore quick early on, but couldn't find improvements. Neither could Craig Bond, rounding out our session top 10. Andrew Dutch was also looking for some improvements that he couldn't ultimately find. Dodds, Banks, Forbett, Nielsen, Pickett, Sapstead, McKenzie, and Ryan Shelton, our last drivers there. So Ryan Nielsen currently winning that continuing split 2 battle for now.
It's Ryan Shelton, the privateer. A privateer is when you're not affiliated with a team. A private eyes is watching you.
Got to keep an eye out. Well, now we're in our little interstitial break between our sessions. 5 minutes for the safety car to find its way around the circuit as everyone brings it into the pits and the track goes silent for a bit. It's going to be another opportunity for us to check in with that track temperature, 49 degrees Celsius now. So it looks like it's tracking pretty well with what you were predicting, David. We are under 50 degrees now, and I reckon it's a possibility we'll be getting it down to maybe 46 degrees at best when we get to the end. But, I mean, just have a look at that temperature drop-off there. It looks like it's actually plateaued somewhat.
Yeah, I think we started Group 1 with some clouds, and then sun came back out. Group 2 would love a qualifying cloud, but it doesn't seem like they're going to get it on a partly cloudy afternoon.
Yeah, still plenty of sun hitting the track, though, and that temperature is going to stay in that virtual asphalt. I love this aerial view of Turn 1. It just gives you a sense for how weird some of the corners are at this track. Turn 1 and a couple other corners on the Grand Prix layout widening substantially on the way in. I think we first saw that kind of corner in action at the Bud International Circuit in India. That was the first circuit I ever saw where we had basically the inside entry to the hairpin sort of chopped off a little bit to widen the track on the way in. It does open up a good opportunity for moves, but as we saw in Split 2, that elevation change, you gotta hit it just right. So we'll see then what happens where for the drivers here in Group 2 out on track at the moment, all making their way out. Currently leading the charge is our Ford Mustang of Rehan Lienage, and he's made a habit recently of finding his way to the front of the queue in qualifying sessions. That's a little bit far off the track there for Zach Rattray-White, potentially trying to preserve his tyres for a better run of temperatures over the course of these first hot laps. So behind Lienage in the queue is Andre Heimgartner. William Brown, Lienage's teammate at Phoenix Racing Team. I think Brown would certainly like to be ahead of Andre Heimgartner to catch the slipstream off his teammate. Zach Rattray-White's in no hurry to hold back. He's making his way further towards the front of the queue, building that pace up. He knows how quick he is, and he doesn't want to be held up on his initial hot lap. So we'll see what he can do with no cars ahead of him, no slipstream, and a track that will be getting incrementally cooler as the session continues on. So our championship leader then will make his way to these final corners. We didn't see any times from Zach's championship rival Sean Campbell in practice, but Campbell is indeed out there, and we'll see how far he can put himself up the grid in the Grid and Go Mustang. But the Eclipse Camaro is the one to begin the first lap here for Group 2, up into Turn 1. The elevation change just drops there, a slight lock-up for Zach on the way to the apex, and a slight bit of a complaint from the rear end on the exit. Nice smooth run through Turn 2 though. Just trying your best to back off while not losing out too much, and he's just keeping it within track limits there, using the curbs very nicely and keeping that turn in going. That's a beautiful entry into Turn 6A. The wall comes up a lot quicker than you expect, and it looks like a very street circuit-like section of this otherwise purpose-built Formula One racetrack with swaths of runoff area, both tarmac and otherwise. Into the slow twisties now for Rattray-White. He finds his way nicely to those apexes, and it seems like there's not much complaints from the rear end. There are the sector comparisons so far. Lienage was faster in Sector 1, but losing out in Sector 2. That's quite a big swing. So it looks like, for now, it may be equal between our two front drivers in this queue, but who's going to end up on top on this first run?
Seems like 3 flying laps in the time is a guarantee. 4 might be stretching it. So with that in mind, you've got to assess how much risk you're willing to take with the track limits, with making mistakes on each lap. About to come in, and we're about to see times tumble, I'm sure.
Wow. Rattray White and Leonage barely separated by half a tenth there on the first run. Rattray White brings it down to a 1:38.0, and wow, the times are rolling in. It just goes to show, though, how strong that time from Mazzaroli was in Group 1. He still remains in the top 6 as Sean Campbell puts his first time in, trying to get his championship charge back on track here, but running a competitive enough time that he should be able to enjoy something in this first part of Group 2. It looks like just about everybody except for Jamie Dyke and William Brown to have set times.
Yes.
So Jamie Dyke and
them and Robbie Gibbs without lap times at the moment, and as we move into drivers who are a little bit further down the pit lane, some of them are the far side of the timing line, and my timing gets confused about how many laps they've completed. Zach Rattray White's up top for the moment. Gibbs not on track. Dyke and Brown are, and halfway around an out lap, as most of the rest of the drivers are on the in lap.
So, just drawing your attention again to Mazzaroli's time from Group 1, P6. Cameron Geraghty, who was second in Group 1, is now separated from Mazzaroli by 6 drivers. So, a 4/10 margin. That's what it really looks like when the rest of the field is sorted. But remember, that's only the first run of hot laps we just saw. We've still got 9.5 minutes or so remaining in this session, and there will undoubtedly be improvements. Angus Lawford and Wayne Burke, William Brown, potentially going to have some trouble here. Oh no, yeah, a slightly mistimed run here with everyone else coming back out to start their next runs. Brown has traffic on this hot lap. I just wanted to point out that Angus Lawford and Wayne Burke have the same lap time down to 1,000th, and Andre Heimgartner only another 1,000th ahead of them. So it's a tight battle for the last spot in the top 10 right now.
Times like right now, you're glad to have headlight flashes. Brown trying to cut through a whole heap of traffic. This is in almost exactly the wrong place at the wrong time for this.
Just manages to keep off the curb in the braking zone, but maybe slightly wide of the apex there at turn 12.
Jamie Dyke's having the same issue as well. Vis-a-vis traffic.
Yeah, Dyke also off sync to everyone. Robbie Gibbs has yet to emerge onto the circuit at all in this qualifying session. Might just be one and done towards the end.
His wrist might be sore too.
Potentially. Might be going around at Chiefs.
It's like when there's an injury crisis at a footy club and you're like, they need to clear out their conditioning and sports physios.
Yes, indeed. Get a therapist over. 1:38.5 for William Brown's first lap, so it didn't work out too badly for him. 9th place, and Jamie Dyke gets into 10th. So despite the small amount of traffic, it didn't seem to throw them off too much. Still some very respectable performances from the 96 and the 080. Ryan Mueller on a hot lap now, and a 17.5 in Sector 1. That's pretty much on course for what we were expecting for drivers at the top of the field. Got to say that Ryan's form has really turned up in the last couple of rounds as well. Wasn't too long ago that we were seeing him being a regular in Split 2, but now P4 in qualifying in Split 1. Very impressive, and Pacific Esports Racing will certainly be happy with that.
track's still cooling off as we go through this qualifying session. Drivers pushing harder on their second lap, but also finding slightly improved conditions. So it looks like Rattray White and Leonage are going faster. Almost everyone is going faster. Except Ryan Mueller.
Into the final couple of corners for him. Rehan Leonage just a little bit further behind on track. And trying to gain that magic 10th of a second that'll put him on provisional P1. Rattray White is just coming to the line now to set another time. See what it ends up being. No time, unfortunately. There was an off track for Rattray White on that particular lap. Looks like this was a legal lap for Rehan Leonage. 1 minute 37.8. That's the time that we are looking for. Angus Lawford makes a big improvement to P7, Latter to 6th. Paul Young makes an improvement to 15th. Jensen Bade up to P3. Some massive improvements going on right now.
But not for Sean Campbell. He's aborted that lap, pulled it into the pit lane in the final sector. So either wasn't improving or also had a mistake. Those are the track conditions. Temperature is what matters.
Yeah, it looks like though it was plateauing. It started to come back down again ever so slightly. Some clouds forming across the sky here. And temperature down to about 47 degrees now. So if you want to get your lap times in, now is the time. The track is about as good as I think it's going to get in this session. But time your run right and be out there at the very end when the track is expected to be its coolest, and you will take advantage.
Two good buddies together there, Paul Young and Ken Latter. So they're probably not going to impede each other. Well, it depends on your friends.
Certainly does. Into the pits for the majority of our drivers on this particular run. And 4 minutes to go in the session. They get back out there right away. That is going to be one more hot lap for everybody. Lap time around here, 1 minute and 38 seconds or thereabouts. So you want to get out there now and be setting up for your final run.
Setting up
like
for the final lap indeed, with that wide line.
Yeah, for sure. William Brown here. Off sync, as we said, with Jamie Dyke. And Wayne Burke as well is out there with them. So it's going to be the final lap in the session for these drivers. Oh, that might have been outside of track limits there for Brown. Entirely certain, but we'll see if he ends up committing to the end of this one. But there's going to be some question marks over this lap now, with him having all 4 tyres past those red and white curves. Indeed. Nails the apex of turn 12 though. 22.0 in Sector 2, that's looking pretty good. But, I mean, we're seeing the same thing between Brown and Dyke as we were seeing between Leonage and ZRW. One driver gaining a bit in Sector 1, but then losing about the same amount, maybe a little more in Sector 2. So this will be an interesting end to the lap for these two here. Whether or not William Brown is going to have a valid lap time remains to be seen. The story will be told if he goes for pit lane here, and he won't. So it looks like that line through turn 2 was legal, potentially. Big slide out of the final corner, though. That's going to ruin his run to the line, and it's still going. Big tank slapper over the paint on the way to the timing line. And Brown with a 38.8. That is not going to be an improvement, but it will be an improvement for Dyke. Gets into 8th spot.
Absolutely, a few other drivers going to come together and around to complete flying laps.
Nice time from Burke, up to P6. Very well done.
Campbell just behind.
And he's up to second. Good stuff. That's 0.02 of a second off Rehan Leonage's time there. But that tells me that there might be even more time in it for Leonage and Rattray White. We'll have to wait and see on this one. So our championship leader in car 17. Nice and smooth through the slow stuff. This is where you really make up the majority of your lap time around COTA.
Been very strong to this point, so that's a 10th faster through Sector 2 than the current provisional pole time was.
Nice and smooth through turn 19 as well. I think that's about as close as you can get to nailing the line to the apex there. And through the final corner as well. Barely any complaints from the rear end past the DRS board. Looking for a high 37 here. It's going to be a mid 37. Even better. Rattray White to provisional pole once again, and just in time for the session clock to just about run out. Ryan Mueller about to come to the line here. Is he going to make further improvements and get more into the top 5? A 38.1 is going to improve his time but not his position. But Lawford is going to make an improvement up to P6. Ken Latter abandoning his final run. Here comes Rehan Leonage. He knows he's in contention for pole here. Does he have the lap time to back it up? A 37.6 is what he needs, and a 37.6 is what he'll get, but it's 300ths off Rattray White.
So Sean Campbell's qualifying is done. Zach Rattray White and Rehan Leonage's qualifying is done. Can anyone disrupt the apple cart in that top 3?
Looks like everyone's done. And that was a pretty good qualifying session, I have to say. Have some brilliant performances from drivers who usually we see in and around sort of the lower top 10 to just outside it, getting themselves into it. Lawford and his fellow Project 36 drivers continuing their great form. Ryan Mueller up there for Pacific Esports Racing. But our championship top 2 will start 1st and 3rd for the upcoming race. And just before Enduros, this is where you really want to get your regular season squared away. The pressure is going to be on Sean Campbell to stay in touch with Rattray White.
Yeah, fantastic. Pretty significant track evolution. Some big lap times from our big drivers at the pointy end of the championship.
Here's our grid then.
Not quite what Rehan Leonage looks like.
Let's try that one more time with the session still ticking over. We have 34 cars on the grid today, and they are headed up by Zach Rattray White and Rehan Leonage. Leonage will have the rubbered up line into turn 1, so look forward to seeing him get a good start. Sean Campbell on the second row with Jensen Bade making his first V8SCOPS start for Phoenix Racing Team in split 1 and P4 to boot. Fantastic stuff. Ryan Mueller and Angus Lawford rounding out row number 3, and both their teams will be very pleased with that. Wayne Burke, the first of our Vermilion Fury cars, in 7th spot alongside Ken Latter on row number 4. Our top 10 will be rounded out by Jamie Dyke and Jordan Mazzaroli, 2 drivers who once again should be very happy with their performances, David.
Yes, indeed. Grid continues. In 11th is Russell Pepperell, and there's Emily Jones in 12th. Did not see a whole lot of in qualifying. That's still a good enough lap time. Andre Heimgartner in 13th. It's TTR central around that part of the grid, with William Brown in 14th, just behind them. Paul Young in 15th. Cameron Garrity in 16th on the grid. Mark Boynton in 17th and Brett Loxton in 18th. Kurt Stenberg has qualified in 19th position with Liam Milner 20th.
Outside the top 20, Lachlan Pryke and Kevin Norman, 2 Rapid Theft cars there on row 11. Hunter Salvatore starting in 23rd alongside Craig Bond. And then we have Andrew Dutch, a long way away from his Phoenix Racing teammates, starting alongside Harry Dodds for HD Sim Racing. Stephen Banks, next of our Pacific Esports racing cars, starting alongside the Misfits racing car of Roger Forbert. Ryan Nielsen from Split 2 will start inside the top 30 alongside Jack Pickett. Again, another one of the Rapid Theft Camaros there. Followed by William Sapstead, who, uncharacteristically, starting outside the top 30 here, didn't get a good run in qualifying. Roger Forbert's teammate Scott McKenzie will start alongside him. And then our final row of the grid, Ryan Shelton, our 3rd place finisher in Split 2, with Robbie Gibbs, no qualifying time. So remains to be seen what that number 31 will be able to do, whether or not he's going to get on the grid full stop, because thus far, it looks like Shelton's all alone there on that final row.
Yeah, so 85% cap is the fuel tank size. Basically, everyone will be looking to be starting with that much fuel on board, but they're going to need to make 2 CPS in this 250-kilometer race.
So a review then of the format. 65 laps are ahead of us with a 150-minute time limit. And if it ends up going, if we end up getting a couple of safety cars, we could go time certain here. So it's going to be a tough job for the drivers to figure out how much fuel they put in at the pit stop. Do they try and short fill it expecting a safety car and a time certain finish? Or will they just go hell for leather and fill it up to see if they can get to the full 65 laps? We'll have to wait and see on that. For now, it's a clear track ahead of everybody, and the run to turn 1 is shimmering in the heat haze here. Round 9 of V8SCOPS 2026 here at Circuit of the Americas, the track where it all started, and we are away. Lovely smooth start from our front row. Rattray White gets the advantage, then Leonage will move to the inside to try and cover Sean Campbell, but the door is left open to the apex. They're 3 wide for 3rd with Angus Lawford, Jensen Bade and Ryan Mueller. Bade on the outside there, which becomes the inside for turn 2. Already a spinner. Looks like Stephen Banks has had a problem there. Ryan Shelton and Andrew Dutch also at the back of the grid as well, as we find our way into the S's. And now it's just a case of trying to eke out your own little bit of real estate. That's Paul Young going off there in the S's.
Big crash for Paul Young. He's gone into the wall hard. Now he's trying to back it up out of the fence. Kevin Norman with a black flag. More dramas as we go into turn 6. William Sapstead's gone 360.
Ryan Nielsen with issues at 6A. That's heavy damage to the front of the Banter Alliance Mustang. So our Split 2 runners not having the best of times at the moment, but Shelton has managed to make his way up to 24th. 9 spots gained, doing a lot better than Nielsen right now. Our front of the field is looking organised for now, forming into their single car snake. Rattray White 4/10 ahead of Leonage, with Campbell forming a top 3 breakaway as Mueller and Lawford made their way past Jensen Bade in turn 1 and now lead that fight for everyone further back. This is the battle between Rapid Theft and Pacific Esports Racing at the back of the field here. Sapstead trying to make his way past Stephen Banks. And it's not been a great first lap there for William. Keep his eyes out for other moves going forward.
Kevin Norman comes in to serve his drive-through penalty. Wayne Burke's been under a little bit of pressure, had a slowdown that I think's cost him. Emily Jones has gone ahead of him. He's alongside Jamie Dyke at the moment. Beginning lap number 2. Compulsory pit stop window opens at the end of this lap. We have remained green. The damaged car of Paul Young managing to limp around, even if it is very, very damaged.
First replay of the day is going to be Andrew Dutch at turn 1, and we saw him turned around at the apex. That's the Rapid Theft car coming in very hot, but it's the Pacific Esports Mustang that tags him at the apex. And unfortunately, he has, looks like Banks was the one who turned Andrew Dutch around. So that's going to be something else for the stewards to sort out. While eyes forward, both on the headlights and in the helmet for Sean Campbell, as he's managed to keep that gap reasonable to Ryan Mueller, but if anything, Mueller has a bigger gap to Angus Lawford, so I'd call this a top 4 breakaway at the moment. This is what happened to Paul Young, tagged by one of the Phoenix Racing Team cars, and well, that safer barrier just a little bit too close to avoid heavy damage.
Yes, another lap completed. Trey White, Leonard Campbell as that top 3. Ryan Mueller's done a good job to go with them. He's had a great race start, and he has a new fastest lap of the race just now. Really positive signs for him in the gap emerging to 5th place, where Angus Lawford got ahead of Jensen Bade on the race start, and Emily Jones is +4. Biggest mover inside the top 10.
Biggest mover in the field, though, is Robbie Gibbs, who ended up taking the start after all, and he's found his way up to 18th after starting dead last. So, car number 31, one to look out for going forward. This is what happened to Ryan Nielsen passing the side of Paul Young's crash. There was quite the coming together ahead of him. One of the Rapid Theft cars getting spun around there, and unfortunately tagged on the way through by the Misfits Mustang. That was just unlucky there for Nielsen.
You described it as like a street circuit through that part of the racetrack, and it absolutely felt like it in that moment. So much traffic on those streets. The Texas solution is build one more lane.
Yeah, and those lanes are painted red around here. So our top 3 have found some consistent pace. They're setting times in the high 38s and low 39s as things stand. Sean Campbell making up a bit of momentum in the second and last corner. We check in a little further back in the field to Robbie Gibbs, who had a qualifying ban after he had 8 license points accumulated back at round 6 at Phillip Island. So that is a consequence of misdeeds earlier on in the season for Robbie Gibbs. But he's making good on his pace, as he always has. Still a long way from these guys, though.
This is the rhythm of the leaders at the moment. As Zachary Trey White gets a little bit quicker. As Leonage and Campbell drop back a tiny smidge. Ryan Mueller can no longer maintain the pace that he had for a bit. And it's congested through the rest of the patch. Bates had a couple of little slowdown penalties, so he's also struggling with exactly where the track limits are in a couple of places here.
Always difficult to tell at Circuit of the Americas. Potentially a move coming here for Emily Jones. Sees the door open to the inside on Ken Latta, but Kenneth puts the power down nicely out of turn 13 and will keep Emily behind for now. She'll have to find another way through, and it just seems like Latta is nailing the exits here early on. That's a really good attribute for the car to have, being able to straighten it up and launch out of the corners without burning through those rear tyres. Really important still, even now with the track temperature dropping to 42 Celsius, still incredibly important to keep those rear tyre temps under control.
With the time of day as it is, we think that the track temperature will keep dropping across this whole race. It's partly cloudy, nice skies. You can see 5:10 p.m. and it's only going to get later into the afternoon, into the evening.
Oh, hey, Wayne Burke getting back past Jamie Dyke at turn 1. Can he hold on to it through turn 2? Outside line for him. It will become the inside for the first corner of the S's, and it looks like Dyke lets him have it there. It's much narrower than it looks through here. Still a very wide track, but those S's, they come thick and fast. They are not for the faint of heart, and you're just dancing from apex to apex, barely any extra track width to accommodate until you get to 6A and 6B, and it appears Wayne Burke is not quite as keen to run it all the way to the edge of the grass there. Potentially has helped his exit just then. He's vaulted another half a car length there over Jamie Dyke as he chases down the likes of Emily Jones and Kenneth Latta.
I think it's a few of them that decided they just don't want to break and turn in from the curb there. So you see Ken Latta and Wayne Burke staying off it. You see Emily Jones and Jamie Dyke trying to take that big wide arc, but means that you're sort of taking that last downshift and bouncing across the curbs. Latta's managed to just stay ahead of Emily Jones, even though it seems like Jones is quicker in a few places, maybe not the ones that matter.
Out of the final corner, slightly straighter run out for Emily, slightly tighter. So a little bit more tyre usage there for Kenneth Latta in front of her, but he's granted the momentum into turn 1. Hard on the brakes. This is going to be a late dive here from Emily. Slight oversteer as she gets over the crest into turn 1. Room is given. And now the challenge is for Latta to try and hold onto this position. Jones will have the inside for the start of the S's, but Kenneth Latta is not letting her have it. Bit of a bump between those two, and Emily has to fall back behind.
Burke, Jamie Dyke, Russell Pepperell, the next group of drivers. Anytime you go side by side into those S's, you lose so much time, and everyone else is suddenly all over you as if they weren't already in this group around 7th and 8th. See who breaks on the curb, see who doesn't.
That's wide for Jones, maybe a bit too wide. Berkey is through, but for how long? Can he hold on to that outside line? He may end up getting boxed in here. With Kenneth Latta still so close, but there's just enough room to the inside for him to at least try to get past Jones. This is the onboard view from Jamie Dyke. Front row seat to this now three-way fight between his teammate and the two Camaros. Was that a bit of contact there between Burke and Jones?
Yes, I think it was, just a little bit. Great battle here. Crutchray White extending his lead up front, just ran Leonage in seconds, got a slowdown penalty, only just ahead of Sean Campbell. Yet to get into the pit stops and all the strategy that's going to unfold in this race, and it's already absolutely cracking.
Wayne Burke on an absolute rip tear of pace right now. He's going to try and set up for a move into turn 1 now on Kenneth Latta to move back up into his starting position of 7th. Manages to hold on to the position at the apex, but Latta comes back at him on the way out. And this fight is going to keep going. Latta, certainly no stranger to having moves put on him at the S's. Still has to give a tiny bit of room there to the Vermilion Fury Camaro, but stays ahead coming into turn 5 and 6. Oh, but this is interesting here from Berkey. Inside at 6A, this could turn out badly, but it doesn't. Just enough room for Kenneth Latta to still squeeze through, opens the door up to Emily Jones, and this is absolutely dicey here. All fighting for 7th place here, all the way down to 18th. Oh, there's some contact there. Latta almost spinning around, and that's created a concertina a bit further back. Latta moves back to 16th place, and he's right in the middle of a 3-wide fight now, as is Emily Jones. Andre Heimgartner and Jamie Dyke. Look at Andre Heimgartner around the outside there as Jones goes for a slide through 15. Bit too much temperature in those rear tyres there for Emily. Smoke screen up in turn 15, but everyone makes their way through only just. My goodness me. Meanwhile, on the replay on the bottom right of your screen, change for second spot, Sean Campbell finding his way past Rayan Leonage, with young Rayhan having to serve the slowdown.
Well, that was chaotic. Wayne Burke gets through and says goodbye, pulls away as they all bang into each other. A couple of drivers like Latta and Jones go for some spins. Pepperell up into 8th, Dyke up into 9th. Andre Heimgartner making some spots up into the top 10. Now he's going down the inside of Jamie Dyke at turn 1 here. And Robbie Gibbs is up 21 positions into 13th place, just in the back of shot here. That's Salvatore getting spun around.
Oh, out of turn 1 there, fortunately. the escape road right there to allow him back onto the racetrack. Which means I think we're going to have a few replays to dissect in the coming laps. How about this one then? Jones trying to get up the inside of Ken Ladder, but contact on the way into the corner there. And a huge slide there. Actually gets straightened up by Jones, but then everyone just swarms around them there. And Jones ends up being 3 wide with Russell Pepperell and Jamie Dyke. Pepperell, one of the big winners out of that one. But then stuck 3 wide, bit of contact between herself and Dyke, and Jones was just trying to slow down to avoid getting into her teammate. And by that point, the rear tyres were already overheated, and there was nothing she could do.
Might have also had a little bit of contact with Mazzaroli there, who's in 12th place right now. Stenberg up a couple spots into 14th as well. Real TTR congestion. You almost saw the teammates 3 wide for a portion in that replay as well.
Yeah, no team orders at Trans-Tasman Racing, famously. They will race each other as hard as they race everyone else. There's Robbie Gibbs. Oh, just getting the nose up to the rear quarter of Mazzaroli. And this is now 12th spot for Robbie Gibbs, starting from the back of the grid. Up ahead, Heimgartner, Brown and Dyke into turn 1. Andre gives a little bit of room there, but if anything, that wider line benefits him. He gets a much better run out of the corner as a result. And now Mazzaroli, the pressure is on him. Small box down on the bottom right is Mazzaroli, and all that chaos for Emily Jones happened right in front of him. Somehow he managed to make it through without making any contact with her.
Wow. Sean Campbell, after and Leonage, sets a new sort of PB lap, gets back within 1 second of Zachariah Trey White. So Campbell showing some pace that Leonage didn't quite seem to have, second and third. So Zachariah Trey White in control of this race. And no one has made a pit stop yet. They've served drive-thrus, they've retired. No one has made a pit stop.
Yeah, and I mean, it hasn't even been 10 laps yet, and I'm looking at those position gains and losses all throughout the field. It's absolute chaos. You know, we have a couple of our top 5 gaining 1 spot, but Gibbs is up 22 places. Cameron Gerrity is down 12. In fact, make that up 23 now for Gibbs, as he's just found his way past Jamie Dyke on the way into the final corner. But, oh, they are racing each other a little too hard here down the straight. They're coming into each other. Oh, that's not ideal there. Contact continues. Gibbs is sent wide, and Mazzaroli says, thank you very much, I'll take that inside line, but can't take advantage of it. It's getting a little physical between Robbie Gibbs and Jamie Dyke.
Yeah, so much contact down the front straight. Gibbs seems to be making his signature to have a dive at the final corner. He got up alongside Jamie Dyke into the final corner and then tried to just show him a little bit wide on the exit. I think Dyke wasn't having any of that.
We've had our first penalty come through from race control as well. 15 seconds added to William Brown's race time for contact that sent Paul Young into the wall DS's on lap 1. A couple of incidents deemed racing incidents from lap 1 as well. So no other penalties for the moment, but William Sapstead has gotten a warning from race control for not holding the brakes with the spin that he had on lap 1. Car 201 in this case, Ryan Nielsen. So that's a problem to work out there for William. Try to clean things up a little. But this is the state of the race lead right now. Rattray White 1.3 seconds ahead of Sean Campbell and Rehan Leonage, and Rattray White is doing what he's been doing these last few rounds, really. He's been consolidating that gap in the lead when he has it, but he's never quite out of the woods. Yeah,
So Campbell and Leonage having that swap a couple of laps ago. And Then there was 1 or 2 laps where it seemed like Campbell unleashed a little bit of pace. Rattray White's responded to it. Campbell not staying quite as close to him, but you can see your top 4 here together, not spreading too far.
See, the race control is investigating the incident between Jamie Dyke and Emily Jones. And no surprise to see that. It was a bit of a mess of cars, though, so I don't envy race control in that regard. They're going to have a few sort of individual moments to pick through and all that chaos. Now we're really into the meat of this race, past lap 10. And we still haven't seen anyone go for a pit stop just yet. I think they're just biding their time, really. There's always the potential for a safety car in V8SCOPS, and I think if they're just waiting for that opportunity, that'll be what they do. Replay coming up of Hunter Salvatore here at turn 1, putting a move on one of the Rapid Theft cars, and that's going to be what spun him around at the exit of turn 1 there.
From quite a way back, as you're always so tempted to do into turn 1. It's designed to tempt you. You were talking about sort of the width and the angles of it before.
Yeah, not just the angles of it, but also the elevation change that you highlighted. You know, the way it crests just before the apex. Just how steep it is on the way in. You know, it's like the entry to turn 1 at the Red Bull Ring. You slam on the brakes and the car just keeps getting driven further and further into the track. More and more weight on the tires to assist that braking capability. Here's the battle for 5th then. Angus Lawford holding off Jensen Bade for now. That last position in the top 5 certainly up for grabs. They are enjoying a good gap over Wayne Burke, but Berkey is looking a bit quicker than the both of these guys right now.
Certainly on the last lap that was true, and you saw that once Wayne Burke got past the gaggle around 10th place, that he started really pulling away from that group of drivers. So he might have some race pace today in these conditions. Continues to cool off just a little bit. Still relatively hot as far as the track temp goes, which makes it tough on the tyres.
Smooth run out of the final corner for Lawford. The slipstream is very strong down the front straight here, and you see Jensen Bade just starting to gain a little before they hop on the brakes for turn 1.
Nice of the judges of The Voice to lend him their chair, by the way.
Absolutely. That's looking nicely ensconced there for Angus Lawford. Doesn't look like that chair can rotate very well, though. Kenneth Latta and Lachlan Pryke, next 2 drivers to get involved in a side-by-side here. Latta trying to make some improvements from that contact with Emily Jones that put him back to 17th, 18th at one point. He's managed to make up a few more spots. Lachlan Pryke on quite a bit of a charge right now, up 5 places. Same as Kurt Stenberg, in fact. So looking for both of those drivers to continue their runs here. But Latta with a bit more thermal degradation in his tyres at the moment. He's just keeping it steady, staying off that curve on the way into turn 15. Very wide for a car in the background there. That was Mark Poynton, who is one of only a few cars still in the same position they started in.
Yes, just behind him is Liam Milner, who I think's pressurising him a little bit. It's close for Latta right here.
There's so many small gains to be made through that turn 16, 17, 18 area. Long multi-apex right-hander. What's most important is this final corner and the exit from it. Lovely run out from Latta, but still, Lachlan Pryke is close enough for a potential move into turn 1. Gap will close slightly as they get on the brakes, but Pryke too far back to go for the move there. See the speed he carries to the apex, though, and he manages to carry that speed all the way through the rest of the corner as well. Looks like Sector 1 is potentially Kenneth Ladder's weak point at the moment.
He's proved very difficult to pass through the S's, though. It seemed like at turn 7, or whatever number we're calling that he doesn't want to use as much width of the road, and that also makes him a little vulnerable to those who are able to use the full width here.
It's always fun having corner counts because, well, for some reason, NASCAR likes to keep the turn numbers from the Grand Prix circuit. So when we get to that shortcut, the right-hander before it is turn 6. The first of the left-handers at the shortcut is 6A. The second is 6B, which brings us onto the backstretch to Grand Prix circuit turn 12. So we skip from 6B to 12 in terms of corner numbers, which isn't confusing at all.
Fantastic. Dyke still ahead of Mazzaroli. Stenberg's up 5 spots so far in this race, and he looks like he's got a lot more traction out of the final corner than Mazzaroli did.
Jensen Bade now ahead of Angus Lawford. That move was made somewhere on the previous lap, maybe even at turn 1. In fact, that's exactly where it happened. Got up the inside early, lots of room being given by Angus, and it was a textbook change of position there. But I think Lawford will be happy to run behind for a bit, to save a bit of fuel and try and build some kind of margin. Give his strategy a little bit more wiggle room. Moving up to the fight for 8th spot, Pepperell and Heimgartner. Ahead of the hard-charging Robbie Gibbs, who's now up 24 places. If he gets by these TTR Camaros, he'll be up 26 spots from where he started. Incredible pace for the Chiefs Esports Club car. Gets up the inside of Andre, and move done very nicely. See how much that car was just able to square off the exit of the corner. He straightened it up beautifully.
Yes, it drove very well off the exit. Leonard, another slowdown. Jensen Bade, a slowdown just after he's made the move on Angus Lawford.
And while we've been looking at all of that action, Emily Jones has already completed her first pit stop of the race. 18.7 seconds in the box. So that tells me that that may be a bit of a short fill for her. Might be committing to a longer final stint of the race. Meanwhile, look at this fight. Jamie Dyke and Kurt Stenberg at the front of this pack, but Jordan Mazzaroli right in the midst of it all. Latter and Pryke not too far behind either.
As Montreal, but I find myself saying the word slow down a lot, because Mazzaroli just had one and had to let at least Stenberg go, and then he's blended back in front of Ken Ladder and Lachlan Pryke. There were 3 or 4 drivers that had one from the final couple of corners just at the end of last lap.
COTA is slowdown central in a lot of different series on iRacing. Even though we have slightly more relaxed track limits on this NASCAR West layout, you still got to look out for them. The track temperature has dropped below 40 degrees for the first time in Split 1, and just in time for Liam Milner to try and get the move done on Mark Poynton here at turn 16. Inside line will win out almost every time there. Meanwhile, Lachlan Pryke, 10-second penalty for moving under brakes. The incident with Hunter Salvatore that ended up turning Hunter around on the exit of turn 1. Meanwhile, Pryke only just received news of that penalty, but he is going to find his way up the inside of Kenneth Ladder at turn 1. Lovely exit, though, from Kenneth, and he'll keep that inside line into turn 2 as that initial contact between Emily Jones and Jamie Dyke has been ruled netcode. Racing incident from race control. It's worth thinking about for the future, but man, they are really pushing the margins here, aren't they?
I'm going to say it again. Roger's got to slow down. Cutting part of the essence there as he tried to hang alongside Ken Ladder, who seems to have at least that corner sorted out.
Yeah, but now that we're 17 laps into this race, the tyres are just hanging on. Even though the track temperature has been cooling, there's still a lot of temperature present in those tyres. They're starting to get on for second again, with Leonage starting to make some big gains here over Sean Campbell. You notice that the track is a lot darker right now. There's a big cloud that's just come between the sun and the racetrack. As Campbell potentially had a slowdown to serve. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
I don't think
regardless.
so, but Burke, Pepperell and Brown have all got him. Here they are pulling off to one side. Pepperell just there.
Yep, he'll blend back in just behind the Phoenix Racing team machine and have another go at William Brown into turn 1, try and take that position back. And I think Brown wasn't really interested in fighting that one too hard. He's got his own race to focus on, and we still have plenty of it to go. Roger Forbert, next driver to come into the lane.
I was thinking, taking this 65 laps, splitting it 3 ways, that approaching about lap 20 is kind of when I'd think about my first stop. Now we know Emily Jones went way early. Roger Forbert is kind of on track for that. Just approaching sort of lap 20 for the first stop.
Yep, so this is more what we'd expect for, you know, slightly early stop, and it's a long one for Roger Forbert. He's going to be committing to a sizable second stint here with 22 seconds stopped in the box. That is plenty of fuel.
Yeah, so they're able to start with quite a lot, but then they still need a lot total. So the total fill's not going to be outrageous for 250 kilometers. So they can start with over 100 litres on board.
Very hefty fuel tanks in these cars. Sun's back out, and Leonage managing to gap Sean Campbell. Wayne Burke makes up another position now, and he's finally improved on his qualifying spot as he makes his way past Angus Lawford into turn 1. Seems like Lawford has dropped quite a bit of time from Jensen Bade there. William Brown and Russell Pepperell still going at it here for 10th spot. Pepperell's having a couple of issues really getting the move done on Brown here.
Well, both of them had to slow down a lap ago and then served it in different ways, and that's where Pepperell was able to stay ahead at that time.
They're really getting into it here. Scott McKenzie in the midst of Cameron Gerrity and Andrew Dutch. The fight for 26th. Gerrity, one of the drivers who has lost out the most in this race so far. Cars that have come through pit lane notwithstanding, Cameron is down 10 places from where he qualified, and it's looking like a bit more difficulty to come, at least until that first pit cycle is done and dusted.
That extra track they're allowed to use on the exit of what I guess we're now calling 12 leads to a whole bunch of different angles of approach into the next hairpin as well.
Definitely does. It's a really surprisingly wide section of racetrack, isn't it, for the run between those two hairpins? And you still have a lot more on the because of the relaxed track limits. So there's a lot of variance in line that you find around here. You see it now even in that last sector.
About now is when I would think about my first pit stop, particularly if I was in one of these battles. Set lap 20. And Brett Loxton and Hunter Salvatore are in, but not too many others to follow them.
And it's just a slow trickle of cars coming into the pit lane now as Andrew Dutch gives Scott McKenzie a little hurry up there at the apex of turn 1. Haven't really seen an explosion of strategy yet. The drivers are just in their rhythm, trying to sort out track position early on, conserving where necessary. I don't know if anyone wants to be the first to blink here, but the longer you get into this first stint, the more likely we'll see someone try that undercut, and it will almost certainly work even with the track temperature still cooling. It's still at a point where the undercut is crazy strong.
Oh, it looks like tough work.
There we go. Kurt Stenberg trying to unsettle Jamie Dykers. Alongside them, Jordan Mazzaroli jumps into pit lane. Here comes the move from Stenny. And has he gone too deep? No, he'll just clip that apex curb and dispatch Jamie Dyke. Rockets away on the exit. But now, has he used too much tyre? Is he going to have to conserve a bit through the S's here? Trailing the brakes, letting the rear end swing out just a little for that rotation. Look at the marbles being thrown up there at 6A as well. You know, you don't usually expect to see marbles on the inside of a corner exit, but there they are. And there's Jack Pickett seemingly making a recovery from an incident at turn 1.
Now he will have been around Dodds and Norman. And oh, that's Banks.
Oh dear. So Banks is going to keep rolling there. And
or was it in fact? No, it might have been Banks.
We'll get confirmation on that, but unfortunate position to be in when you're spun on the outside of turn 1 there. Confirming it was Stephen Banks that turned Pickett around, and Jack had to wait a few extra moments to get rolling safely. 2 more cars in pit lane on this lap. Angus Lawford and Russell Pepperell. Is anyone from further back going to join them? Yes, Craig Bond is in too.
3 really good laps in a row from Rehan Leonage. Closes in Zach Rattray White, and of course, as we approach the pit stop window for the leaders, it's a critical time to mind every sort of 10th of a second. And as they've done that, Sean Campbell hasn't gone with Rehan Leonage. So Leonage gets closer to the lead, Sean Campbell gets further away.
This is a really interesting push from Leonage.
It gets him closer to undercut range, doesn't it? That's why it matters right now. It
exactly
kind of puts pressure on Rattray White for what kind of strategy he wants to run. And it also gives Leonage the opportunity to dive into the lane if he sees Rattray White staying out and maybe be able to do something with a 1-lap undercut.
My point exactly. If Leonage can keep this pace up, he'll get close enough that he could just vault past Rattray White in a trip through the pit lane. Salvatore on fresh tyres. New fastest lap of the race, 138.7. Lovely running there. A long way back in the field and doesn't stand a chance of gaining much track position yet. Look a little further back to the battle for 12th place. Lachlan Pryke's up ahead of Kenneth Latter and Liam Milner here.
You won't get Ken Latter's webcam for free. You get it on V8 Vets when there's a championship point on the line, but in Scops, it's no freebies.
Certainly not. Well, Pryke no longer ahead of them because he's in pit lane And let's see if he ends up serving the time penalty he was given in that pit stop. You could do that if you want, but some drivers prefer to just have it added to their time at the end of the race. It might end up granting them a bit extra track position in the end. Fight's still on here, further back, between Geraghty, McKenzie and Dutch. I'm going to say pace from Scott McKenzie hasn't been too bad either. He's been driving carefully and driving well, and he's going to be rewarded with a position here as Geraghty, unfortunately a bit deep at turn 1. Despite hugging that inside line, there's just more pace for the Misfits Mustang around the outside. Oh, that's slightly offline there for Cameron Geraghty. Andrew Dutch might have a few things to say about that on the way into 6A. Parking it on the apex, though, is Cameron. And that just allows Scott McKenzie to run away. Liam Milner versus Kenneth Latta. 6B into turn 12 here. What happened in this hard braking zone? Milner on the inside. Latta trying to consolidate himself there, but maybe sent a bit wide as a result of Milner going a bit deep himself. As news comes in of 15-second time penalty for Stephen Banks for that contact with Jack Pickett. And another Trans-Tasman car has come in for a pit stop. Andre Heimgartner in from just inside the top 10.
Early stop from Lawford here has put him in traffic, so he's made a stop, and Dutch and Geraghty haven't. And it could be costing him a little bit. We're seeing that new tyres are giving so much performance, like a new fastest lap of the race from Jordan Mazzaroli was almost a second and a half quicker than what Zach Rattray-White is doing out there in the lead. So there is so much time to be had from a new set of tyres, but that best of them from Lawford is being wasted trying to get around cars for positions that he's not really fighting for.
Yeah, that's the danger of going for an early pit stop when the field is still mildly compressed. You stand a chance of not being able to really use your new tyres to their full potential and gain the time that you want. Now leaders then. Rattray-White not going for pit lane, but Rehan Leonage is. And that's a very clean run into pit lane. Sean Campbell is going to follow him in. He's going to try and follow Rehan on that undercut. Ryan Mueller is going to stay out another lap. Try and follow what Zach Rattray-White is doing. Jensen Bade does the same thing. Wayne Burke into the pits. Carrying some good pace early on was Wayne, in spite of the issues he suffered in the opening laps. So he's going to try and keep that momentum going.
So there's a lot of fuel strategy to still happen here, but it looked like Leonage was close enough to Zach Rattray-White. There's sort of a one lap of tyre undercut there. It's massive, the advantage that new tyres is giving. A second and a half a lap for sure, and he was within that margin of Zach Rattray-White. Campbell looks like he takes a little bit less fuel than Leonage as they complete their first of two stops.
Very good lane time from Campbell as well. He was a second faster than Leonage entry to exit. 0.8 faster in the box. Wayne Burke takes a bit more fuel. Looks like Kurt Stenberg following the trend for Leonage and Campbell, about an 18-19 second stop. Andre Heimgartner with more fuel as well.
Yeah, Lawford also took a lot of fuel, and that's one of the things that put him into as much traffic as it did. Is not just that he took that stop, 3 laps before the leaders did, but that he took that stop and put in so much fuel.
Yeah, plenty. Looks like the longest stop thus far is Craig Bond, who spent 30 seconds in the box 3 laps ago. And Zach Rattray-White has responded to this recent flurry of pit stops.
But that's quick by comparison, because usually Bond is 4 weeks.
My brain is not quite in the position to process that yet. Jay got it. So at least we have that. But let's see if this undercut for Rehan Leonage works out. Rattray-White could respond to this by having a slightly lower fuel drop. And he's going to be away from the box now. Gets to pit exit just as Leonage comes through. So the undercut has worked. And Rattray White with more or less the same kind of pit stop time. Maybe only a difference of a litre or two between those cars. But we have a new race leader.
Yeah. Where did half of that time go for Zach Rattray White? Most of it surely is in the tyre undercut, but man, the numbers aren't numbering for me here. Man, Leonage doesn't look like he's particularly short fuels. Now he's got all the clean air all to himself.
See if he can take advantage of it here in the middle stint. We're only a couple of laps away from the critical lap info that we were fed beforehand. Estimated fuel tank range is 36 to 38 laps. And when we cross the line next, we're going to have 39 laps to go. Not too far away from being able to pit again and get to the end. In comes Robbie Gibbs. Not our effective race leader, but the hardest charger in the field, starting from the back, thanks to license points. We'll see what kind of response he has here, whether or not he'll be able to work his way further into the top 10. Rattray White and Campbell, championship rivals here. Campbell already with a lap on these tyres, but now Rattray White has the tyre advantage. Gibbs nearly done with his stop here, and I think he might be able to stay in the top 10. 22.8 seconds there, of 22.5 for Robbie Gibbs. A long stop, but he's not going to lose much track position out of that one. He'll still come out in the top 10.
Rehan Leonage has just absolutely smoked the fastest lap of the race. I've got to assume that his outlap was also very good as far as outlaps would have gone, and that's where this time has come from. Zach Rattray White's tyres are also going to fire up. Robbie Gibbs is about to really enjoy a brand new set.
Yeah, Gibbs coming out in P9. Not too far behind Angus Lawford. Bad news for Emily Jones, meanwhile. She's retired from the race, and not entirely certain what the reason was. She did 11 laps after her previous really early pit stop, and we just haven't seen anything of her since. So a little bit of a mystery there for Emily. Live standings on the top right, seeing Zach Rattray White extending his championship advantage slightly over Sean Campbell right now, but he would ideally want to be in that P1 position. You know, the more cars in front of Rattray White, the more points are being taken away from him effectively.
So now we'll see Zach Rattray White's lap time response a little bit more measured compared to what Leonage did when he broke that fastest lap of the race. So the equivalent first full flying lap on the new set of tyres for Rattray White only 38.3, 38.2 for Ryan Mueller, 38.1 for William Brown. So maybe he's just being a little bit more gentle at this point. Maybe looking for a long middle stint. Maybe looking to just hold a little more till later.
Yeah, it'd be understandable. You know, if you know that you're going to be at or near the top anyway, then you might as well try to consolidate your position as it is now, and you can take some advantage into the final stint or so. Keeping in mind, of course, that those standings up the top right may only have one drop round applied to them, so potentially not entirely accurate there. But we'll keep our eyes peeled on the battles out here. Robbie Gibbs out in front of Angus Lawford, two of the cars that had the longest stops from that first pit cycle.
Yeah, Gibbs just made the move. Lawford's tyres are a little bit older. His car's a little bit heavier. Robbie Gibbs is in that perfect sweet spot of the tyres right now.
Have a look at that. Have a look at that. Those are the standings now with 2 drop rounds applied. If the race were to end now, this is where we'd be at. And Sean Campbell would be in the championship lead coming out of this round. So, it's really important now for Sean Campbell to stay within like 1 position or so of Zach Rattray-White here. So we'll see what comes to the fore when we get to Enduro season next round. With drivers pairing up and some points to offer as well. It's certainly going to be quite a massive swing in the championship if you have a poor result during the Enduros. Fighting still going on for 15th spot here. Poynton, Mazzaroli, Dyke and Latta. Goodness, these drivers haven't been able to leave each other alone, have they? Brett Loxton's not too far ahead of them either on older tyres than any of these drivers in frame right now.
That was probably the easiest pass that Jamie Dyke has made. Probably the only time Ken Latta has let someone by. 2 fishy teammates into turn 1. With Dyke having just a little bit more pace, getting past now to attack Mazzaroli and Poynton.
More marbles being left there. I can't believe that we're only we're still less than halfway through the race, and the marbles have built up so conclusively. That's going to make it even more difficult for moves to be made around the outside here. You get into those marbles, the grip of the car just goes away, and there's nothing you can do to abate it. Very wide entry there for Jamie Dyke as he chases Jordan Mazzaroli. Further up the field, Ryan Mueller and Jensen Bade. Last 2 positions in the top 5. Only a couple of seconds ahead of the battle between Wayne Burke and William Brown, who just pop into the background there. It's been solid for Ryan Mueller here. Steadily making improvements over the course of the season. And he has a new driver to the series right behind him who's still getting used to the goings-on around here, but still managing to put on some fantastic runs. Very consistent and fast pace from car 440 as things stand. But he's got a bit more work to do to work his way past Mueller. And worth pointing out, these guys pitted at the same time, but Mueller put more fuel in the car, so he's running heavier right now.
Yeah, Mueller still looks good for 4th at the moment. One thing to keep an eye on is actually the gap Bade to Burke. It looks like Burke took like 3 seconds more fuel at the first stop, and they're about 3 seconds apart, so, or less. So Bade doesn't want Mueller to slow him up here, because if he can't get past Mueller and Burke gets a little bit closer, Burke is getting into his window of about 3 seconds there.
A much more direct line through turn 1 for Jensen, but ultimately the exit still belongs to Ryan Mueller. Potentially Jensen might be fuel saving a tiny bit here behind Ryan Mueller. Only able to run about a 10th faster than him at the moment, and it seems like Burke and Brown are running about the same pace as well, so there's no clear advantage for anyone in this group right now. If I was Jensen, I'd just lift and coast a little bit and try and extend my stint. I have short filled on the first stop, and we'll need to maybe try and eke out another lap or so from that one. Replay here for Jamie Dyke and Mark Poynton. Keep an eye on Poynton in the Camaro there. Oh, goodness me. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Well, that's a little bit awkward there. Poynton coming together with Dyke and Mazzaroli as there was a bit of an unexpected 3 wide into turn 1.
Well, neither of them were really going to make turn 1 there. They were both barreling down on Poynton. Oh my. So then Ken Latta sneaks back through. And only after Jamie Dyke kind of parted the Red Sea on that one. So that was a little messy, a bit clumsy.
It can happen at this circuit. The way this track flows, it really rewards precision, but it also punishes being even the slightest bit sloppy. So then...
So which one of those two actually hit Poynton?
It was Mazzaroli. Mazzaroli was the initial contact, and then Poynton was, I think, sent into Jamie Dyke. Hasn't worked out too badly for Poynton, though. He is still rolling. Yep, there's Mazzaroli, and then, yeah. I don't think that Jamie Dyke necessarily did anything wrong there. He would have been able to clear Poynton, but the car in the middle, Mazzaroli, just going a tiny bit too deep there.
Was a pretty quick stop from Ken Latta, so I think this will be a shortish middle stint for him here as well. Might get towards sort of like 25 to go and take that second or two stops.
Well, they're all within the window now, as of about 4 laps ago. If you pit, you are clear to the end on fuel. You'll be able to get home. So now it's more of a tyre situation, I think. How long you can make those tyres last, how well you can keep them in that optimum range for temperature before they start sliding around and costing you pace.
Rattray White's gotten a fair bit closer to Rehan Leonage over the last 2 or so laps. Looks like Wayne Burke is still getting into the window of Jensen Bade. That's a little bit of traffic for your race leader, not necessarily helping him on this lap, but it's the same for everyone, because then Rattray White will be next.
Yep, that's the embattled Jack Pickett, who we last saw spun around at turn 1. So he will be the third currently running driver in this field to fall a lap down to our race leaders. Across the line, Leonage a 39.2, Rattray White with a 1 minute 38.7. The pace is starting to come back to Rattray White, but I gotta wonder how much of a role that traffic played. We were looking at this battle just before. It's starting to kick off again. Jordan Mazzaroli has got a double-pronged rapid theft charge on the back of him, but it looks like that's just fizzled out there as William Sapstead and Lachlan Pryke kind of tripped over each other, looking to try and get past him. Here's the initial move here, with Pryke finding his way nose ahead coming out of turn 12, but at 13, Mazzaroli responded nicely with the inside line, almost forced him wide there. In came Sapstead to try and take advantage, but yeah, looks like Mazzaroli doing a great job of protecting the inside line there, and Sapstead wasn't quite able to maximise the exit because he saw his teammates sliding around ahead of him.
Mazzaroli and Pryke are the ones that are really battling each other, but Sapstead in the middle with a shorter stop later on. Be able to get in and amongst this, but then we'll need a longer stop later. So Mazzaroli and Pryke are the two that really need to worry about each other.
Nose to tail through turn 6A, riding up against the wall. They're pushing ever closer to the apex wall at 6B as well. Here they come. Defensive line for Mazzaroli into the left-hander. He's really turning into a thorn in the side for Sapstead here. Is this going to be an outside move for William? He's got slightly fresher tyres, but Mazzaroli's just putting his car in all the right spots. Oh! But that time it didn't work out for him. Sapstead makes contact with Jordan Mazzaroli and pulls over, slows down to redress the position. So that will avoid him the ire of the stewards and get him a couple of brownie points. Regardless, a bit of an awkward coming together there.
This is Wayne Burke needs to keep his lap times up to stay within 3 seconds of Jensen Page. He's got Willie Brown with a very short first stop just in behind him.
Well, news has just gotten worse for Jordan Mazzaroli there. 20-second time penalty for the contact with Poynton and Dyke. Yeah, I mean, we called it. Mazzaroli was the one in the deepest, and being in the middle started all of that contact. I can't remember the last time I saw a 20-second time penalty being handed out, though.
Yeah, half a second for the race lead. Sean Campbell's just not got the pace that Leonage and Rattray White have got, and we had a couple laps of Leonage time, particularly around the pit stops. It's back to Rattray White here.
Track temperature is stalled again. It's around about 38 Celsius at the moment. We had that pretty significant drop at the start of the race, but it's just been coming down by small, infinitesimal increments ever since then. So I think that's given Rattray White a good opportunity to assess how hard he can drive the car in these relatively stable conditions. And he just keeps making up time. Slightly narrower line there through turn 14 coming off of 13. But Leonage responds with a narrower exit off turn 15. So, yeah, it's just a case of them approaching certain corners slightly differently, and it's just working out better for Rattray White at the moment. Sapstead, though, we saw him turn Mazzaroli around and he did redress the position, but race control still deciding that was worthy of a 10-second time penalty. So it hasn't been the greatest of rounds for William Sapstead already. He was making good progress, but unfortunately that has stalled. And now Leonage starting to try and break the draft down the start-finish straight. It's getting ever closer here in the battle for the race lead.
Work out what kind of a game Leonage is playing here.
I can't quite pick out how this is going to turn out either. That's the magic of this series, this car, the style of racing that it brings. You never quite know who has the clear advantage until the dying stages of the race. It's all setting up for that magic point. One other thing that I want you to notice as well is off the exits of some of these corners where they're extending it into the runoff, more and more rubber is being laid down in those runoff areas. So I think we're getting to the point now that, you know, unless you want to preserve your tires and aid your stability, you kind of have to be going out there, particularly on the exit of turn 19 coming up here. This is 16, 17, and then 18, but they're all effectively the same corner. Off turn 19, see the dark patches of laid down rubber into the runoff area. You see the sun's reflecting off it. There's so much rubber that's been laid down out there. That has to be where the grip is.
Certainly you want to drive where the marbles aren't.
Correct.
Starting to pile up in a couple of places. 6A. And also think 13 around the outside. There's a lot of marbles there, and that is one of the corners that drivers are sort of trying to hang side by side of each other through the switch back of hairpins in that part of the...
So Rattray White gets ever closer. Lap times have equalised somewhat between our top two, and Sean Campbell has responded with a 138.9, about 3-4 tenths of a second faster than these two right now. And the longer they stay close together like this, the longer they fight, the more of an advantage Campbell will get. So you just pop into the background of the image there. Gap about 4.8 seconds back to Zach Rattray White, who has another 3 tenths to make up if he wants to try and find his way past Rehan Lienage, almost bumper to bumper through turn 15, and you almost can't see the asphalt for all the rubber laid down on the exit of 15 now. The sun's getting lower and lower in the sky. In-sim time has just gone past 6 p.m. So we will be getting further cooling down of this track. There's that rubber again in the runoff area. Is this going to be the move for Zach Rattray White? Lovely exit out of the final corner, but Lienage has an even better one. That's where I think Lienage has been really strong. He's been able to nail the exit of the final corner just about every lap here, and it's probably the most important traction zone on the whole lap because you got the whole start-finish straight to take advantage.
Yeah, and there was a time in that first stint where it kind of looked like our whole top four were doing pretty similar pace to each other. Now we're starting to see Lienage and Rattray White separate themselves from Sean Campbell, and Ryan Mueller is no longer really with them. He's still fuel taken, adjusted, 4th place, but he's not anything like as close as he was to the top 3 in sort of the first 10 or 15 laps.
So that was another 139.4 from Rehan Lienage, another 39.3 from Rattray White, another 39.2 from Sean Campbell. I mean, he's chipping away at the gap, but we are going to have to wait for the next pit cycle to really see what turns out from this. Harry Dodds, the first driver outside of Kevin Norman. Actually, Kevin Norman served a drive-through earlier on. That was his first visit to pit lane. So that is Harry Dodds being the first driver to take his second scheduled pit stop. A bit of an opportunity for a sippy sip.
Yeah, there's service going on right there for sure.
The car isn't the only thing that needs fuel. So the stop for Dodds here is running a bit longer. It was about a 19-ish second stop for Harry Dodds last time by. He's in the pits now for over 30 seconds. And it's going to be a 38.2 in the end. That's a abnormally long stop there. I think something else might have been going on. Either way, our leaders continue their scrap.
And again, we're at the sort of distance into the race, which is where I would have thought about the stops. There's a world where you go 20 laps, 25 laps. So you're always just a little bit on the undercut side of the pit stops. But you don't have any really long stints. So just at the end, you go a little bit longer. Shoe on the other foot, though, between Lienage and Rattray White. Now, Rattray White can choose if he wants to undercut at some point, and a little bit more field spread should mean they can do that and encounter less traffic.
Robbie Gibbs is on the move again. Just made his way past William Brown at turn 12, and his next target is going to be Wayne Burke. Gibbs running about half a second faster than the drivers around him. So a lot of potential here for a top 6 at least for Robbie Gibbs. may even be able to get a top 5 if he nails his final pit stop. And this fight is still going on just behind them. Lawford, Pepperell, Andre Heimgartner, the traffic of Jack Pickett potentially right behind them as well. And
could even be Dodds.
yeah, might be. Yeah, I think actually it might be Dodds. Yeah, you might be right there. Ryan Mueller and Jensen Bade continuing their fight. Meanwhile, there was a big look there from Jensen, but Ryan was able to keep him back again for now.
Well, I was saying that Jensen Bade needs to worry about his gap to Wayne Burke, but he also needs to worry about his gap to Robbie Gibbs now.
And he does.
A little look at Mueller, but he stays behind him. And hope that Mueller will keep the pace. Now, Mueller's wide out of 6B, which of course is immediately followed by turn 12.
Yes. Turns 7, 8, 9, and 10 all compressed into that one straight. And I think with the amount of sliding we've seen from some drivers, that would be a sensible number. But here's the move then. Side by side once more. Can Jensen Bade get past Ryan Mueller for 4th place? He's going to hang back and try and sort out the exit of turn 15. But Ryan Mueller is putting his car in all the right places right now. And don't forget, these two are on the same age tyres, but Jensen Bade probably the one with the advantage. He's had less weight to carry on those tyres by spending less time in the pit box fueling up. Ryan Mueller running slightly heavier, more energy being put through those tyres, and ultimately slightly less pace here at the end of the stint.
Burke with the slowdowns only just ahead of Robbie Gibbs behind them.
Oh, yeah, you can really see how close they are now, hey? 1 minute 40.7 for Jensen Bade, or for Ryan Mueller, sorry. Bade goes slightly faster and vaults up the inside into turn 1. Burke trying to cut back at Robbie Gibbs. Now the slowdown is served. Russell Pepperell becomes the next driver to take his second scheduled stop. And all the while, our leaders are still going at it. Leonage getting forced defensive in a couple of places by Rattray White, who's putting on a staunch, consistent attack. He's just grinding away at Ryan Leonage right now.
Very interesting who'll pit first. It was Leonage by 1 lap last time through, but Rattray White has lost that race lead, but finds himself in a position to be able to take a little bit more initiative now.
.23 laps to go when they cross the line next, and Leonage nails the exit of the final corner once more. I think that's probably one of his saving graces here. He's just able to put the power down a little better coming onto the start-finish straight and make Rattray White work a bit harder for that extra position. There's going to be some traffic in front of them, though. We'll be seeing the Misfits cars there. Oh, dear. That looks to be Stephen Banks, I think, who had a spin at turn 1. And we'll see, was this a bit of contact from behind? Indeed it was. Ideal. The exit of turn 1 is such a difficult spot because you're unsighted on the way into the corner. You don't really know what's going to happen on the exit until you pass that apex curb.
There's a bunch of corners where you're at such a tight angle looking to where the apex curb is as well. Similar thing through here. This whole sequence of corners. Stenberg, Salvatore, Brett Loxton all pitting. Our top 3 yet to do it. Sean Campbell losing a tiny bit more time going through the traffic that now suddenly envelops our race leaders. As other drivers are making their second stop, it's putting them within range to be lapped by the leaders, and then they'll get back on the lead lap when Leonage, Rattray White and Campbell stop.
Speaking of Campbell, he ended up, oh, here we go. Leonage is going to be the first pitter again, but that looks slightly deep. Campbell's going to follow him in once more. Campbell did lose a bit of pace on the previous lap. He dropped about 4/10 to Rattray White and Leonage. So let's see what this undercut will bring. And what kind of response Rattray White's going to have for it? He's already been gotten once by the undercut from Rehan Lienage. He's going to have to try something different here.
So first stop time was about 19.5 for Lienage. Second stop underway, just going past the 10 seconds that the tyre change takes. Now it's waiting on fuel. Zach Rattray White gets a slowdown. Lienage has a 17-second stop, and that undercut is going to be ludicrous because Zach Rattray White is going to have to give up at least half a second here.
Oh, man. Worst time for that to happen to our current race leader. Sean Campbell's out as well, and it's a 21.7 stop for him. Comes out right in the middle of some traffic. Drag race to the end of pit lane between Jensen Bade and Ryan Mueller. And Bade's going to emerge ahead. Just in time for Jamie Dyke to arrive on the scene, who's actually at the end of his stint. They've bookended these guys by the two fishy cars that still have yet to make their way in. But now, Jensen Bade with a quicker, with the slightly slower stop. 15 seconds in the box for Ryan Mueller.
As Zach Rattray White comes in, Jensen Bade must have had a really good sort of in-lap, out-lap situation there to have that stop time and still be ahead of Ryan Mueller.
Yeah, he must have. I don't know if you caught it, but right before we cut away from Rattray White pitting, he did clip the wall coming into the pit entry lane. So he's pushing really hard to lose as little time as he can on this stop. He's only just gotten into the box a few seconds ago. Lienage's strength in this race has been the outlap. So I'm pretty sure he's nailed this one once again. Rattray White still at a standstill. And Lienage goes past the timing line. And Rattray White is an absolute country mile behind Rehan Lienage. But Sean Campbell is even further back now.
He had a bit of traffic, so Andre Heimgartner's just pitted in, but he was in front of Sean Campbell for about half of that lap. And then it's just been a really competitive stop time from Rehan Lienage.
Here's the onboard for Rattray White into the pits right here. Just getting into the guardrail, almost got stuck in it for a second there. Oh, and there's been drama for Rattray White live out on track. Contact with the Misfits car of Scott McKenzie. That looked like a bit of an issue there at 6A. McKenzie was trying to let Jordan Mazzaroli go round his outside there, I think. Ended up really slowing up at the apex and catching the tyre bundle at the apex of the corner, which swung him around. And on his way through, Rattray White made contact. Here it is.
So there's a slowdown for sure. And then he just... Whoa.
Yeah, not ideal.
It's just happened live again for Andre Heimgartner.
Oh. Okay, so now the Turn 6A tyre bundle is turning into perhaps one of the most important parts of this racetrack. Heimgartner. Oh, he got turned on the way in by Angus Lawford. Lucky to keep it out of the wall there, Andre. But he certainly had plenty of experience in the real world, keeping cars out of walls and saving slides. This was Lawford's view of it all. Looks like he just wasn't anticipating Heimgartner to slow down as much as he did there.
Was there almost a bit of a late cover? Like, Lawford's like, all right, I'm going to dive the inside of 6 here, which is a valid move. But it's almost like he went for that at the same moment or within, 100 milliseconds of Heimgartner deciding to cover the inside.
Yeah, some interesting timing there. But hard to tell exactly who moved first in that circumstance. Ryan Mueller now dispatched by Jensen Bade, who finds his way out of 6A into 6B at a great turn of speed. But they're still very closely matched on lap time, these two. They've been embroiled in this fight all the way through, and not far behind them Jamie Dyke and Wayne Burke are together. And Berkey getting the inside exit out of turn 12. He'll grab 7th spot easily there off Jamie Dyke, who is now 20 laps into his stint. And those tyres will be crying out for some mercy. He should be pitting at the end of this lap to make it 20 to go. "19 to go, sorry. Getting my wires crossed slightly there. Brett Loxton and Hunter Salvatore, another fight that is continuing to increase in intensity here. They both pitted at the same time. Longer pit stop for Salvatore, but he's looking like the faster of the two right now.
These two have been battling across multiple stints, and again, Bingley and Milner and Mark Poynton leaning on each other, but Poynton with the inside line once the track goes left.
Nice exit from Milner, though. Doing the typical thing of outside line, straightening the car up a little sooner and carrying more momentum out of the corner. He will keep Poynton behind him for now. But I think he's going to carry some advantage forward. Milner is still on his outlap right now. Poynton now 6 laps into his stint. Meanwhile, Cameron Geraghty, the driver that made contact with Stephen Banks at turn 1 that we caught on the replay some time ago. It's going to be another 15-second time penalty handed out by race control. Plenty of drivers pushing the limits here today, not just for race control penalties, but also for the incident limit. We're being told that there's already 7 or 8 drivers that have between 10 and 13 incidents, and that was about 25 minutes ago. So I'm sure that the number is ever higher now.
I need explained to me why my timing has Wayne Burke as having just set the new fastest lap of the race, and the overlay has it belonging to Rayhan Leonage. Is this a track limits type situation? Yep. And just as he does that, Wayne Burke gets a slowdown penalty, so he won't be doing it again 2 laps in a row. Jamie Dyke pulls in, opens up the path just a little bit.
Yes. Sometimes a lap time will be shown on the timing, but it won't officially count to be the fastest lap because the driver got an off track somewhere along the way. And that appears to be what happened to Wayne Burke on that occasion. Well, Dyke, now coming into the pits, will just leave Robbie Gibbs as the only driver out there yet to make their final pit stop. And Gibbs looks like he's one of the drivers who may be in trouble of exceeding the incident limit. He's not too far away. Neither is Jordan Mazzaroli or Andre Heimgartner, so they're going to have to tidy things up a little.
And this is where Jamie Dyke has come out in the hornet's nest.
Yeah, Brett Loxton 5 laps in, same for Hunter Salvatore as well. And on pretty equal strategies. Dyke with a pit stop just a couple of seconds faster than them. But they'll be on the same rough level of fuel now to get to the end. The speed that gets carried on the way out of 6B there is amazing. It looks like a slow, sharp corner, but the way they extend the track limits here, it's almost like a sweeper with a sharp apex. It's really quite fun to watch drivers go through, especially with the slight off camber at the apex. Speaking of apexes, Mark Poynton currently has it, but it'll trade back to Kenneth Latta. 5 lap fresher tyres for Fishy number 269, and he will keep the position for now, just holding on to 18th.
Brand new tyres for Jamie Dyke, able to pull away from this group. Hoxton's just in front of Salvatore, and Milner with some pretty young tyres as well, compared to the 2 directly in front of him. Salvatore pushes a little bit wide in the final corner. Milner should get good traction, so make sure you're at attention at the turn 1 spectating hill.
We get a good view of all of this. Milner up the inside. And he'll get to the apex first. Not much fight back from Hunter Salvatore. He's going to wait for another opportunity a little bit later. Milner with the tyre advantage as things stand. Robbie Gibbs finally comes into pit lane with 16 laps remaining. And that will be the field cleansed. This shouldn't be too slow a stop for Robbie. Tyres will have already been done. Expecting about 17 seconds stop, and that's exactly what we get from Robbie Gibbs, who will come out not far away from Jensen Bade and Ryan Mueller. Meanwhile, Rattray White getting a warning from race control for a comms violation, speaking on voice chat out of turn. Of course, the rule being that you're only really allowed to speak on the in-game comms unless if you're requesting a tow from race control or requesting them to review an incident. So
the top three have had a pretty tough time with traffic in the last 5 to 10 laps. Of course, exemplified with the Scott McKenzie issue, but there's been others as well, I think, as we've run green flag now for over an hour, 20 minutes. They're finding a lot more traffic.
Yes, and with traffic comes frustration, and sometimes that frustration boils over. Apparently that's what happened there. With the warning for ZRW, who remains in second spot, about 6.5 seconds behind Rehan Lianage as things stand, and with 15 laps still remaining, looks like Rattray White's going to have to put in a lot of work to close that gap.
Well, okay, Milner making unconventional passes.
Easy. They just managed to sort themselves out. The door is left open for Hunter Salvatore. Not only will Milner find his way past Loxton, but it looks like Hunter's going to try and get it done too, but he gets caught on the marbles on the outside of 13. And Loxton swinging the rear end round, trying to keep this spot. A top 20 finish would be ideal, but if he can get into the top 16, maybe the top 15, he'd be absolutely loving it. Hunter Salvatore has given him a really tough time at the moment. They make contact through 17, and Salvatore sent wide. Looks like he had to just back out of it to preserve the tyres, but he's coming back at Loxton, makes contact with him on the exit of 19 in the runoff area, and he gets into him again through the final corner, full on hitting him off the racetrack there. I don't know how intentional that was, but I'm sure there was a bit of frustration boiling over at some point in that little battle. That's going to result in a freebie for Kenneth Latta, which might turn into 2 if he can get past Salvatore here. Oh, that's wide. Yep, that's going to do it. So there's the initial contact, and then... Your thoughts, David, for a penny?
Oh, you'll need to spend more than that to get my full thoughts, because Salvatore's cut the apex of the previous corner. At the time that he's dived for the inside of the final corner, he must have known he was carrying a slowdown. Then, as he makes that move from deep in the runoff, which you can use for some reason, to the apex, Loxton does also move across a little bit late to cover it. So, I don't enjoy the way that either of them handled that.
Yeah, it's definitely something that
now
is better.
50 cents.
All right, no worries. If I ever get out to Queensland, I'll make sure to hand you one. We'll do a selfie, put it up on the SimSpeed socials. In any case, we just saw Robbie Gibbs finding his way.
Another case of WA subsidising those other states.
Oh, yes, don't I know it? We're so used to it. Gibbs just made his way past Burke there. He's up at a 6th spot, 28 positions gained, and the gap back to Jensen Bade and Ryan Mueller, or the gap forward, I should say. Around about 5 seconds or so, 4 seconds and change. I think that Gibbs can certainly do it. I mean, look at his most recent lap, a 1 minute 38.6, playing a 39.5 from Mueller and a 39.2 from Bade. Gibbs is clearly taking chunks of time out of them, and they're still keeping each other very close company, Jensen and Ryan. A little bit of traffic to deal with as well, and the former Harry Dodds into the final corner.
Yeah, it looks like he's well aware of what's going on here. Now, Ryan Mueller's pace was so impressive in the first stint. But now, Bade has his number through the middle stint, and now, and Robbie Gibbs, I think, has something on the both of them, but does he have enough time? You would suggest that Robbie Gibbs has achieved an incredible amount in every lap to this point, and 12 to 13 to go certainly has pedigree.
It was a little bit concerning from Ryan Mueller just then. Saw him blink through the S's. So potentially some internet problems there. Back to the battle for 16th place. Kenneth Latta and Hunter Salvatore, who I think has cooled down a little by now. But race control is reviewing that incident presently between Salvatore and Loxton. So we'll see what more can come from that. As once again, Jensen Bade and Ryan Mueller make their way through this long sequence of right-handers. Look at the gap, meanwhile, to Robbie Gibbs, 2.3 seconds and closing. Gibbs took a massive 0.8 of a second out of Mueller, 1.2 seconds out of Jensen Bade. I think both of these guys are officially in trouble now.
Yeah, it depends. Does a plateau eventually come for those tyres, Gibbs? But even when it's equal playing fields in equipment, he seems to have a lot of pace today. So I'd be worried if I was Bade and Mueller. Traffic seems to have opened up as well for Robbie Gibbs without too many troubles. Jaws music.
Yep, cue it in. He's had it. You're right. He has had a good run through traffic, Robbie. I've never really seen him compromised all that much, but I think that's largely to do with the massive overcuts that he's been doing in this race. Both of his pit stops, he pitted way later than everybody else, and so I think he largely escaped the traffic issues that others have been facing. So that also plays its part in the gains that he's made. Angus Lawford on his own in 10th spot at the moment, but he's looking forward by a second or so. Russell Pepperell 1.3 or so, 1.5 ahead. And Andre Heimgartner not too far behind him either, just 1.2 seconds. So there could be a battle to come here for the last couple of spots in the top 10. Just need to wait a few more laps and see what times Lawford can put down. 139.6 took 3 tenths out of Russell Pepperell on the previous lap, so it's working nicely for him. About 10 seconds behind all of that, Kurt Stenberg, a clear track ahead and a clear track behind, at least for overall track position. It's about 12 seconds back to Lachlan Pryke right now, as Stenny is 7 positions up in 12th place.
Track has never been cooler, but 36 degrees Celsius isn't particularly chill. Still quite hot, but now very rubbered in all the parts of the track that they've been using. That helps with tyre wear as well. Just a more rubbered in track. There's that little hill and camber that you get at turn 1, and it sort of ripples from one side to the other, so the further you are to the inside, the earlier you hit the crest that unloads you. kind of goes across diagonally at that part of the racetrack.
It's a really interesting corner, turn 1. In fact, I think COTA has a rare honor of being one of the quote-unquote new racetracks, i.e. ones that have been built since the turn of the century, that has become ever more complicated as its history has gone on, because the ground here outside of Austin is very soft, and it's been well publicized, Circuit of the Americas, dealing with the ground shifting and the track subsiding in places. It's created new bumps and dips and other issues for drivers to navigate as time has gone on.
Yeah, it gets very hot, and then it can rain a lot, and it sounds like the soil also sort of swells and then shrinks and then swells again in unpredictable ways. There are some pictures, and even like the Red Bull show run of when the track was under construction, how deep they dug to then lay the pavement, and I think some of the drainage that then went underneath it. It's sort of like a 4 or 5 meter trench.
That's crazy. So is this move that Jensen Bates just put on Ryan Mueller, trying to defend the position. And Robbie Gibbs is right on them now. The fight for 4th has been boiling away steadily all race long between Jensen Bates and Ryan Mueller. And now it's coming to a head just in time for Robbie Gibbs to arrive on the scene. 28 spots gained, and Robbie's really looking at 30 spots gained here. Can he take them round the outside of the long right-hander? He's gotten Jensen Bates. Let's see if he can get Ryan Mueller. Where is Ryan? There he is, into turn 19. Nice straight exit. Gibbs is just taking his time with this one. Into the final corner, power down and out over the curb. Looks like Ryan Mueller getting a little more traction right when he needs it, but Gibbs is no stranger to throwing one up the inside, and he might be close enough to do it. But will he be able to? Not quite.
The grip around the outside of fast corners from Robbie Gibbs was simply unbelievable. It was like Jensen Bates was driving a totally different type of race car.
Yeah, just goes to show, I mean, not just the pace advantage that Robbie Gibbs has full stop. We usually expect him to be in the top 5 when he's allowed to participate in qualifying, but also tyres that are some 5 laps fresher than both Ryan Mueller and Jensen Bates. You know, it doesn't seem like much of a difference, but in these cars it certainly can be.
This is the part of the track that he was so good at, particularly what seems like the rotation in the middle, because like F1 cars are braking going into that right-hander here. He seems to carry speed in and then not need to brake as much in the middle of the corner to rotate it.
Yeah, it's looking really good, that Chiefs Mustang. Much like Bo Albert's performance in Split 2. The Chiefs cars have come to COTA with a good setup. There's the inside move for Gibbs, but he's gone too deep, and Mueller's going to cut back underneath him. Jensen Bates almost gets back past as well.
It's that crest that caught him so far to the inside. I'm seeing the first drive through for the incident limit.
Uh-oh.
Belonging to Jordan Mazzaroli.
Mazzaroli down in 24th place, and I mean, it looks like qualifying really was the highlight of his night. He had a good start to the race, but it fell apart somewhere around the first pit cycle.
In the second one.
Worse. Oh, we got another one, have we?
Andre Heimgartner. Now, remember, there was that contact for him here at turn 6A not that long ago. That will have been part of it, adding up the numbers.
Certainly. There are 3 drivers, we are told, who are currently on 18 incidents right now. We don't know who they are, but worth keeping an eye. 2 on 16 incidents, 1 on 17 incidents. So we may or may not see a couple more drive-through penalties handed out by the sim for that one. And, oh, that's a big one for Jack Pickett. Sent a lap down and apparently ignoring blue flags when William Brown was trying to get past him back on lap 53. And that's going to be a license point penalty for the number 84. Meanwhile, Robbie Gibbs working on trying to get back past Ryan Mueller. It looks like 4th place is going to be the best that Gibbs can hope for here today. Got a massive gulf of about 21 seconds up to Sean Campbell in 3rd place.
Campbell just a little bit closer to Rattray White. Rattray White not making much inroads at all on Rehan Leonage. From the minute that Zach Rattray White got the slowdown on his in-lap, he's looked like he has nothing to combat Rehan Leonage. They were very equal, on track, in every aspect. And then at that moment, around the pit stop window of the 2nd pit stop, it's critical. Leonage diving for pit lane, Rattray White going, oh, I need to push here, and making a little mistake. Great pit stop from Leonage. A tough in-lap from Rattray White, combined with the undercut for Leonage, and suddenly he's well and truly in the driver's seat of this one. You saw he's leaping up to 3rd in the championship standings once you count drop weeks as well. So it's been a great little phase of this series for Rehan Leonage, looking for a couple of wins.
Just in time for Enduro's season as well. I'm not sure who's going to be pairing up with Leonage for the Enduros. But considering that Phoenix Racing Team are running Jensen Bate at this round, he's going to be pairing up with one of the existing Phoenix drivers for the Enduros, I'm sure.
So Wayne Burke is just 2 seconds behind this battle where Robbie Gibbs is eventually going to try to have another go. Saw Burke have Garrity dive way out of the way at turn 1. Don't know if that cost Burke a little bit of time in the previous laps, but he would love it to become a wrestling match just here, so that in these final 6 laps he can join the party, because that's what he needs. He needs these 3 to get crazy.
Let's see how well Ryan Mueller can play Minister of Defence here against Robbie Gibbs, who has vaulted his way, clawed his way up this field. Much better entry there into 16 and 17. And the momentum that Gibbs is carrying through that right-hander just looks magnificent. He's not using as much of the track as Ryan Mueller is either. So he's leaving a bit on the table to spare for when he pulls out his full attack. Not using as much of the curb on the edge of the final corner either. That's interesting. It's granted him some great momentum. He's got the slipstream now, and he could try again here at turn 1. Didn't work out for him last time. Will it this time? That's a lot of pace to the apex. And he's gone deep again. Ryan Mueller gets back past.
Well, dive to the inside of the final corner was Robbie Gibbs' signature for a little while. He's changed it up, and it's overshoot turn 1, apparently. So just do that 4 more times and Wayne Burke will be in the picture. Jensen Bate sitting, watching it happen a couple of times.
If he gets close enough, he'll certainly be able to take advantage of that if Gibbs does that again. Just waiting with bated breath right now for
Bated breath? Okay.
Nice. But just keeping an eye out for Robbie Gibbs' next move. Because, I mean, look at what he does here. A little bit more momentum on the way in, and then once they get back on the power, he just creeps ever closer. But you don't usually make moves at turn 19. And I think Gibbs is just trying to prioritize the exit of the final corner here so he can get a proper move into turn 1. Nearly gets into the bumper of Ryan Mueller here. And it's going to be another lovely bit of momentum for Gibbs. Mueller still dealing with those slight technical issues. And it's defensive for Ryan Mueller this time. He covers off that inside line. Robbie Gibbs stays behind into turn 1, but rounds up the exit. Tries to stick his nose up the inside at turn 2. Ooh, that's close.
They're not flat out through turn 2, so once you're on such a tight line there, like Gibbs was going to have to be, then you've got to lift to even be able to make the corner, and you lose out to the car that can near enough go flat out going around the outside. Saw that happen in one of the other battles earlier. Gibbs was like, oh, I can get my nose alongside here, but it was going to be just too tight of a line on the inside. Normally the inside line's where you want to be. That corner's so close to flat out that the inside isn't and loses momentum.
That was a tight line into turn 12 there for Ryan Mueller, and Gibbs now is trying to set himself up for the over-under. He's going to move alongside on the way through turn 14. But 15 is where you can really make the move. Sticks it up the inside, but slight contact. Backs out of it just enough to allow Ryan Mueller to keep going. That's exactly how hard you want to push it and no further.
Signature.
Oh, here we go. Oh, but Mueller responds. Better exit round the outside. Gibbs is close enough for the run into turn 1. Mueller defends again. Gibbs goes all the way to the inside. He's at the door. He's got nose past. Nails the exit. And it looks like Mueller may have to yield here. I think Gibbs has finally managed to do it. 4th place is his.
Well, that was very enjoyable. That was very well done. Eventually, Robbie Gibbs kind of made it happen by taking that final corner move to put some pressure on, and then Ryan Mueller almost started making a mistake by defending the inside of turn 1, because every time he didn't, Gibbs went there and blew it. But then he begins to defend it, and Gibbs is like, good, that's almost what I want to do.
Yeah, quite an interesting fight. It's calmed down for now. Not between Jamie Dyke and Lachlan Pryke. Poetry in motion right there. Of course, Lachlan with the time penalty still yet to be applied at the end of the race. Now that Gibbs has found his way past Mueller, it looks like Ryan is slightly wobbly at the moment. And Jensen Bade, who'd been sitting back and watching that fight for the last few laps, is going to bring that gap in ever closer. Wayne Burke just sitting back there. He's
been a bit sloppy. Every second lap has been a slowdown from poor Wayne Burke. Sean Campbell gets one now through the S's. Burke had been getting them at the penultimate corner, just biting off too much of the apex.
Well, Ryan Mueller has put on a brilliant drive here today. Yes, he may have lost 4th to Robbie Gibbs, but he can hold his head high, holding back Jensen Bade for as long as he has. And also, he has the lowest amount of incident points in the field. He's only gotten 4 incident points in this entire race in a field that has seen multiple drivers in danger of exceeding that incident limit. Dyke and Pryke again, all the way into turn 1. Pryke on the racing line. He draws alongside for a moment, but focuses on the cutback underneath. Nice straight exit. But Jamie is holding strong in a big way. Only 13th place, but there's still plenty of points on the line. Final lap has begun for Rehan Lienage. In the lead by nearly 8 seconds now over Zach Rattray-White, who is in danger of just getting one more incident point and a drive-through, which could absolutely ruin his chances. There's Rattray-White there, making his way through the S's. Got to be careful not to cut. Rattray-White enjoys a few seconds margin to Sean Campbell, so he can afford to take things a little easier on this final lap. Lienage is effectively uncatchable at this point, so I suppose adjust your priorities to just getting home cleanly.
This has been a great race from Lienage, shown the right pace at the right times. You remember just before the pit stop window, he began to close up from second place on Zach Rattray-White. That put him in the undercut range that he took at the first pit stop. Then a really decisive pit move at the second pit stop where he fueled a little bit shorter, but he seemed so good at the fuel management. With all of that combined, doing the in-laps, the out-laps just right, suddenly it looks like he was untouchable all race, when in fact it felt so close until that final stop. A great, well-managed race.
Lienage has always been a master of strategy, with his father Laz serving as his crew chief. They make an excellent team at Phoenix, and they will be rewarded with another win on the cards here. Round 9 of V8 SCOPS for 2026 is going to go to the number 79 of Rehan Lienage. Dominant in the end. More than 8 seconds margin over championship leader Zach Rattray-White, and make that former championship leader now with drop rounds applied. Sean Campbell on the podium, and he's going to get back into the driver's standings lead. What a drive from Robbie Gibbs, though. License point penalty from Phillip Island. He wasn't allowed to take part in qualifying. Started at the back, but has fought his way through to 4th place. An admirable run.
Getting past Ryan Mueller after a great battle late on in that final stint. Jensen Bade serving a slowdown penalty, so he'll get 6th with Wayne Burke in 7th. Right up until that final corner, you got to look out for the track limits and the incident points.
Battle still yet to conclude on track here between Jamie Dyke and Lachlan Pryke. Jamie has the inside. Lachlan not getting on the brakes at least as early as Jamie did. Ahead of them, Kurt Stenberg and Andre Heimgartner will take 11th and 12th for Trans Tasman Racing. A lot of smoke in the runoff area at turn 16 there, which isn't ideal. But the defence here for Jamie Dyke. Cut back underneath for Lachlan. Oh, lost traction at the worst possible moment. And Jamie Dyke, with a staunch defence, will take 13th place home.
Well, only the top 17 remaining on the lead lap in a race that had no safety cars, green flag, start to finish in 65 laps. So the last drivers across to be on the lead lap, just behind Pryke, was William Sapstead, Liam Milner, and Ken Latter. You saw Hunter Salvatore on that final lap, going a lap down to Rehan Lienage at turn 6B.
And there's the victory burnouts for young Rehan. Gonna have to stop calling him young Rehan at this point. He'll be graduating high school pretty soon if he hasn't already. And, I mean, what a drive. COTA has always been a track that favors strategy more than out-and-out hard racing. And strategic prowess has always been the strength of that Phoenix Racing team, number 79. Fantastic crew behind them as well. So that brings our race to a close, and it's Lienage in front by nearly 9 seconds over Zach Rattray-White and Sean Campbell. Robbie Gibbs beating Ryan Mueller and Jensen Bade to that final spot in the top 4. Wayne Burke finishing 4 seconds behind them. William Brown up 6 spots to make it 8th spot. Russell Pepperell and Angus Lawford rounding out your top 10.
11th place finisher Kurt Stenberg, Andre Heimgartner serving a drive-through penalty. Jamie Dyke, and Lachlan Pryke, 13th and 14th, William Sapstead, Liam Milner, and Ken Latter, last cars on the lead lap, as we said, Hunter Salvatore, Mark Poynton, and Craig Bond, 18th, 19th, 20th.
In 21st, it was Brett Loxton, one of many drivers who were a lap down or more. Roger Forbert finishing in 22nd spot, up 6 places, so a good drive in the end there from Roger. Andrew Dutch up 2 places to 23rd. Kevin Norman losing 2 spots to 24th. Cameron Garrity down 9. Jordan Mazzaroli down 16. And it's going to be certainly a learning opportunity there. Harry Dodds, Jack Pickett, Scott McKenzie, and Stephen Banks will round out your top 30, all of whom had their fair share of problems throughout the race. Ryans, Shelton, and Nielsen coming in from split 2, both 2 laps down. Our retirements being Emily Jones and Paul Young, 2 drivers who we expected to be in the upper midfield at least, but won't get that opportunity for points. So, it's time to bring in our drivers for interviews, and first up, we got Rehan Leonage with us from number 79 at Phoenix Racing Team. Honestly, Rehan, that I think that race from you really showed how important it is to nail your outlap around a track like this. The undercut, I think, was what you were going for from the start, if I'm not incorrect, but nailing that initial run out of the pits was where the difference was really made.
Yeah, I noticed like in that first stop, I think we put 1 lap earlier than Zach, and came out quite a bit ahead with similar in the fuel, in the pits for fuel. So that's when I realized you don't want to get undercut in that second stop. I wasn't really planning on that exactly in the first one, but the tires sort of fell off at the end there when I was catching up to him, so I decided we just have to pit now, and that all worked out really well, and that gave me, other ideas for when to pit for the second stop, which again, that also turned out well, and it was a good race.
Consistency was key as well. This track is notorious for being very difficult to string together a consistent run of laps, but the slightly relaxed track limits in places, this being a NASCAR layout, probably made it a tiny bit easier. Would you agree?
Yeah, it in 2 ways it works better for that and worse, because then you want to use more track, and then then your new track limits are where is the grip, and then you still have the problems of going too wide or cutting a bit too tight, especially the S's. It's very easy to get off tracks there, but it definitely made it quite interesting with much more relaxed track limits, but I think it adds a bit of extra spice to the track.
Yeah, these cars are known for hopping across curbs anyway, so if anything, it's fitting. Well, with that result and with drop rounds applied, we're thinking you're going to move to 3rd in the championship from this one, so perfect time to get points in order before Enduro season starts. Have you guys at Phoenix been talking much yet about what driver pairings you're going to be going for?
Not a whole lot at the moment. We're still discussing that a bit, and seeing, who's available for what rounds. But we'll definitely get something strong going throughout the whole team for the Enduros.
Lovely stuff. Well, congratulations once again, Rehan. Brilliant drive. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd like to thank 888 Excavation and Landscaping, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Gamma Flare, DHF Tires, RSW Graphics, Aramex Heatherton, Bulbs and Balloons, and Phoenix Driver Development. I'd like to thank Dad for the crew chiefing work for tonight, and also the rest of the team, Jensen, Will, and Dutchy, for just putting in the work throughout this weekend, and helping out with that. And yeah, you guys are putting on the show, and the Zach and Sean for the really good battles throughout the entire race.
Up on top, once again, is Rehan Leonage. And finishing second to him in the end was Zach Rattray-White. David Haynes has got him.
Well done on another podium, an incredibly tight championship battle. Every point, every position seems to matter right here, Zach.
Yeah, I not too happy with the way the car was, especially in that last stint after I had a guy hit a stationary object in the middle of the track. So still managed to put points on Sean, which is the goal still, but I feel like if I put myself in a better position, it probably could have been a bit more. But yeah, still gained some points.
How did you find the track? Started off very hot and green, ended off a little bit cooler, and all of the parts of the racing line rub it in.
I just had no front end. It's probably just the way I set the car up. Yeah, it started off in the low speed stuff. It was just super understeering. It was cooking the front tire to the point where even in the high speed, it was really bad. So, um, you could definitely tell that once the rubber came in at the end of the race, the traction part of it definitely got a bit better. But yeah, the car was far from what I'd expect from myself. So yeah, pretty lackluster.
And strategy around the two compulsory pit stops. I feel like everyone went a little deeper in the race than I was expecting before taking their first stint. All through the field, there weren't many people jumping early for the first stop.
Yeah, we didn't really have much plan around when to pit. We wanted to go a little bit longer, especially if you're leading. That's kind of the way to go. Is just put a couple of laps on the people behind you and stuff. But yeah, I'd love to see Rayhan's fuel numbers because he absolutely smoked me in in the pit stop. So I'll need to go and have a look at that. But yeah, there was literally no planning around our strategy today.
Track limits, incident points, where were you finding difficult?
Uh, I started getting all of my incident points right in the last stint when I had front end damage. So I was actually finding the X's quite easy to navigate, especially you could use them strategically for sure. Get a couple tenths on a lap where you wanted to try and get a bit of a gap or close someone down. I didn't find it was that bad, but like I said, it's impossible to drive when you have front end damage. Even just a tiny bit, it just completely ruins the car. So yeah, a bit out of control.
Best of luck with the 4 remaining rounds of the championship. 3 of them team endurance. We think of Eclipse Sim Sports as a whole team, as a unit, being very strong. Do you think that's an opportunity for you to contend for more race wins and big championship points?
Yeah. I think the Eclipse team as a whole is going to be pretty cut down for enduros. I think availability is quite low. So I think there's only going to be a couple of cars at certain rounds and stuff. So I think I should be able to make it to all 3. I'm pretty happy to say that I think Damon Woods is going to be my co-driver. So should be a pretty good pairing.
Fantastic. We look forward to that. Second place on the podium. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Great stuff again from Zach Rattray-White today. And back on the podium once more is Sean Campbell. Sean, it was a case of you being the chaser for Leonage and Rattray-White over the course of this one. You were following the same sort of strategy that Rayhan did, just responding to those undercuts, I suppose, to try and gain a little bit of track position during those pit cycles.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of got a little scared in the first stint when we got the tire warning on lap 15, right? So I was just
Oh.
gonna follow whatever the people in front of me did. It's like I was not expecting the wear to be that bad. I guess it's COTA and it was really hot, but yeah, and clearly the pace drop off after that, because we did go pretty long in the first stint, was really noticeable. So in the second and third stint, I really backed it up and kind of had it in the third stint, kind of figured it out and gained some time on Zach at the end, but he also, had problems with the lap car and stuff.
Yes, indeed. Traffic was a big point of contention in the final stint or so. Did you have any run-ins that you felt held you back a bit?
Not particularly. There was like one time when there was 2 people battling, but it's for position, and I was already like 5 seconds back, so I wasn't gonna catch him anyway.
crucial time for championship points as well. With drop rounds applied, we are expecting that you're going to be back in the Drivers' Championship lead after being behind Zach Rattray-White for a couple of rounds now, and right in time for Enduros. What are your plans for the team races that we've got coming up? Do you have anybody lined up that you're expecting to drive with you?
I do. Yeah. The other big one that I was experimenting with today was trying to make the tires last longer, because I've noticed at like Portland and Winton and stuff, I was really bad on that. And so earlier this morning, I figured out how to heel and toe in these cars and right foot brake. It seemed to work today. It worked pretty well. I actually had some longevity for once.
Well, now you're a true supercars driver.
Yeah.
Anyone you want to thank before we let you go, Sean?
Y'all for broadcasting again, because it's awesome.
Well, big thanks for joining us, Sean. We'll be catching you when Enduros come around.
Yep. Peace.
And that is going to conclude our driver interviews there. And once more, before we close things off here, we'll be reviewing our provisional championship top 10 coming into the next round of the championship. And I mean, honestly, yeah, I think, David, the drivers are justified in their dislike for this track layout. It was certainly a tough one, but it provided some fantastic action. And this is how the standings look coming into Enduros. Sean Campbell back on top, but Rehan Leonage with a lot of momentum.
Oh, the team game's so important. And of course, we know that the Enduros, they can be a little bit of a roll of the dice. The longer the race is, the more things can be a little bit out of your control. You can be the fastest on the day for a long time and not get the points in an Enduro. And you've got to rely on your teammate, on the teamwork, on finding setups and strategies that work for the both of you. But, I mean, Campbell versus Rattray-White has been the story of the last 4 or 5 rounds of this championship. But man, Rehan Leonage is that dark horse bolting late. He's racking up race wins, winning in a really impressive way, and enters the top 3 of the championship after this race win.
That he does. And well, when we get to Enduros at the end of the month, we're going to be going to just outside Adelaide at the Bend, Tailem Bend, playing host to a 500-kilometer Enduro at the West layout, the shortest major layout of this track. We've had quite a bit of experience commentating races at that particular layout, David. I think it's going to provide some excellent racing, but a real technical challenge here at this incredible circuit.
Yep, and another really interesting pit lane, long pit lane, slow at 40 k's an hour. Another challenging pit entry, just like we had today here at COTA, and the West configuration, very exciting. Also going to see that traffic could be a big factor there. I love how the opening sector races at the Bend, and we can not have to wait too long to see how it'll go in a team Enduro setting.
Yes, indeed. Sunday, 30th of August is when we're going to be racing. So get that in your calendar, and hope you can join us here on SimSpeed TV, whether you came from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Kick. We appreciate you riding along with us here, and we hope you enjoyed the show. We certainly did. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me, and Jay Kennedy pressing the buttons behind the scenes here for V8SCOPS Round 9 at COTA. We'll see you when Enduros come round.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.